Welcome to Visionaries Unplugged 2022.
Visionaries Unplugged. So excited to see so many of you in person here in our little Visionaries Church, as we call it. And you know, we're very humbled that you made the way to Berlin, because we know it's really, really difficult to travel these days with all the airport security chaos, COVID hitting in again. But we'll make it count. We'll make it an amazing day together, and really look forward to Visionaries Unplugged.
Yeah. So as you know, we are a. Okay, I'm getting to that in a second. I was just going to say we are...
I'll better go here.
We are a team of entrepreneurs / VCs. We are not a team of event organizers, so that was already the first mishap. There might be others, and this was not practice, but there might be other mishaps happening today. So yeah, just bear with us. But yeah, we have a super exciting agenda ahead of us today, and what we as a team were thinking is, you know, the times that we live in, they are sometimes actually quite scary, and there are things happening that we can probably not control from here, but we are all entrepreneurs. So the one thing that we can do is just be entrepreneurs and do the things that we do super well, which is addressing problems, trying to find solutions for those problems, and that's exactly what we want to do today. So our idea was to really think about what does it require, and what are the visionaries to pretty much make the best of it, and turn things around and pretty much create a future worth being super excited about.
Perfect. And yeah, we are very excited to have an amazing lineup of speakers that joined us here today, of digital pioneers, family entrepreneurs, VCs, and friends to share some very authentic stories of their lives. And I think what all of those people have in common, they are risk takers, they are contrarian, and actually many of them self-made. And if we look at the lineup, we have great people like Andre, the founder of Miro, who started in the small city of Perm to build the leading global collaboration platform. We have Luciana here with us, born in Romania, went to the US university, who is now leading Sequoia in Europe. And then we have Daniel, founder of FlixBus, Lawrence, founder of Tier, who basically donated all his shares to good causes. So we're more than excited to kick things off. And as we always say, maybe I just steal the presentation thing. You know, calling a dream crazy is not an insult, it's a compliment, and we want to discuss many crazy dreams with you today. But before we kick things off, what's new at Visionaries? So you know that we're big believers in Europe and the potential to build global category leaders out of Europe. I think if you look at the last 15 years globally, we've seen a lot of disruption in the consumer internet space. And the interesting thing was disruption is always exponential. So it took 2 to 5 years for FlixBus to disrupt the mobility space, or WhatsApp to disrupt messaging. And we think in B2B, we're just at this inflection point, but we will see the same exponential development, whether it will be a little faster or whether it will be a little slower. But why is it different this time if you look at the role that Europe can take in shaping those global category leaders? First of all, we have some of the most amazing technical universities in Europe, and we have them for, some of them, 500 years. But what we only have since 2 or 3 years is a great group of first B2B founders that go back to those universities, tell their story of being an engineer starting a company and really inspiring the next generation of students to become tech entrepreneurs, whether it's Hanno Renner with Presonio in Munich, or the Celonis guys, or Daniel from UiPath in Bucharest. So it's a huge asset triggering entrepreneurship that we can unlock now. Second thing is, if you look at the DNA of our European industry, we have all those global world market leaders. And a lot of them are family businesses. That means they can take fast decisions, they can take more risk, think more long-term, and that makes them a pretty impressive enablement for the digitization in B2B, because those companies get disrupted or enabled by digital technology. So we don't have a Google, Facebook, Amazon, or Apple, but together we have maybe those companies in Europe are our Google to really enable the digitization in B2B, and that's what gets us excited. And then we have a lot of capital that went into the ecosystem. which in the last 2 years has also changed dramatically, enabling startups at the early stage. But we also think that capital has been commoditized a little bit. So if you're a great founder today, you have choices which funds to work with. And we think that the importance has decreased, and network and access, really the smartness behind the capital, is what really means, what really counts for founders to build great companies and to support them. And that's why we've designed Visionaries around the idea that our investors that back us are some of the most successful digital and family business entrepreneurs in Europe. So we're happy to count 30 unicorn founders as our LPs, like Andre from Myro, or the founders of UiPath, Molly, Skype, FlixBus, HelloFresh, who've gone through all the ups and downs from zero to Series A, B, and some of them even Nasdaq IPO. And this authentic experience is something that really helps founders starting companies in the beginning. But on the other side, we have 30 family business entrepreneurs, the legacy behind Europe, like Markus Rowski in the consumer space, or Sunil Mittal, who built the largest telco in India. And you can see a few more people over here. So we think with this network of all the new economy entrepreneurs, we can bridge this information asymmetry between the old and new economy to really unlock this full potential in B2B. But yeah, if we look back, actually with our first fund generation, we were able to invest around 200 million into some of the leading SaaS companies out of Europe, like Ashoko, Personio, TrueLayer, Central. Many of them we have here today. But we are entrepreneurs in VC. We get our joy from building the venture capital fund we would have loved to have when we were founders. So it also means that we need to constantly challenge ourselves building the best product for founders. And it also means we need to reinvent ourselves whenever it is necessary. And we think the current market environment is so competitive that we are keeping the spirit. And that's why today we're super excited to announce that we are taking Visionaries to the next level and have just raised our next fund generation of 400 million to really build back global category leaders in B2B out of Europe, and excited to take this forward with you.
Yeah, so what we're essentially doing is, on the one hand, we're doubling down on the existing strategy. So we have been investing in B2B ever since the first fund generation, and we're going to continue doing that. So we are launching the second seed fund with 150 million and the second growth fund with 200 million. Then there's also Visionaries turning into a platform. And there's this Tomorrow fund on here with 50 million that I'm not going to spoil yet, but I'll talk about a little bit later. But it's also something that we are super, super excited about. What also got us very, very excited, and which is a huge compliment, and I think many of you are here, Hanno, Jenny, Dan, etc., founders who we have backed and who have then decided to reinvest into Visionaries. That's probably the best possible compliment that anyone could make Visionaries. So we're very, very happy about that. And we have also, for the first time, added non-profits. So, for example, university endowment funds to the Visionaries LP base. And that's also something that is maybe on the surface, to some of you, might not be such a big difference, but to us it is a big difference, because for the first time it means that any profit, any return that we generate from the work that we do goes to those university endowments, essentially goes to NGOs, and that's something that actually is a great motivation to work even harder, and is a great sign of trust as well. And I've said this over and over in my life as a founder. Ultimately, it's all about the people, and that's not only you here today, which is super, super amazing, by the way, to have all of you here, but it's about our team. And when Rob and I, when we started Visionaries, I think like 3 years ago, it was just a two-man show, and it was fun while it lasted, but I think both Rob and I agree that now, with a 15 people powerhouse that we've built, and with all of those visionaries that are amongst you and that have actually been working on this day for a long time and that have been with us and have been co-entrepreneurs
for such a long time have pretty much from day one on built Visionaries with us. That's actually, for us, that's one of the most driving forces of doing this. And that's why we're also super, super excited and happy that as of today, we have promoted Sahar, who has been our principal based in London, to partner, and she's going to co-lead the growth fund. We have promoted Martin, who has been with us since really day one, to partner to lead the seed fund. Bobby, who's also been with us since day one, is, as of this morning, is the principal, and Lisa, who's also very much behind this event today, and who has also been one of our first hires, who has built up the platform function for Visionaries, connecting our LPs with our portfolio and us as a team, has been promoted to Director of Platform. And yeah, maybe we can give them a quick applause. And yeah, now I would say we're ready to kick off the Visionaries Unplugged day. It's a day that's filled with amazing speakers. I think there's going to be lots of inspiring conversations and discussions. And the first speaker, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, of course, is a very special speaker, especially in today's time and today's world, because she is, well, unfortunately, she's currently in New York, but thanks to all of us being very pandemic-proof, and there are means of bridging large geographic barriers, but she's very much at the forefront of the things that we're seeing these days. And there's, unfortunately, and I guess for all of us, we didn't believe that such a conflict was even possible in our lifetimes, and now there it is. But yeah, there is darkness that is being brought forward, but darkness also means that there's contrast, and contrast also means that there is a way of suddenly very clearly saying, okay, what's right and what's wrong. So we're super excited to hear Ursula von der Leyen, and see if this is going to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Europe is facing one of the biggest challenges since the Second World War. Putin's aggression against a peaceful neighbor is not only a blow to our European security order, it is also a threat against sovereign countries around the globe and our international rules-based order. And I'm proud of the fast and decisive reaction that Europe and like-minded partners have shown. But we cannot be complacent. The question of how we respond to this war will have long-lasting consequences, also for our economies, for our energy supply, our supply chains, and the future of our trade relations with the world, just to name a few. This is what I want to focus on today. Because for all of these questions, we need visionaries like you. Europeans are standing with Ukraine. Never will we be able to match their sacrifices. But Europe is facing a daunting mix of challenges: inflation, increased gas prices, economic uncertainty. And Europeans are coping courageously and creatively. In fact, the European Union has decided resolutely to get completely rid of its dependence on Russian fossil fuels, once and for all. We have to diversify away from Russia towards our friends like the United States and Norway that are reliable suppliers. Take that, our import of Russian gas has already gone down to a third of what it used to be. Today, for example, Europe is importing more gas from Norway than from Russia. And in addition, we have already filled our gas storages to around 85% of their capacity. That's good news because we are overshooting our goals. But moreover, we need to reduce our use of gas And we propose to provide member states with financial firepower of 140 billion euros to support in a targeted manner vulnerable households and businesses that cannot cope anymore with the high electricity prices. All this bouquet of measures is a symbol for European solidarity, and we can be confident that we will manage this winter. But we have to think further ahead, because this is not only an energy crisis. This is a fossil fuel crisis, a security crisis, and a climate crisis, all at once. So our solutions cannot be a quick fix. We need a change in paradigm. Just think back to the 1970s, when the world faced another fossil fuel crisis. Some of us, at least those who are my age, remember the car-free Sundays to save energy. Yet we kept driving on the same road. We did not get rid of our dependency on oil. And worse, fossil fuels were even massively subsidized. This was wrong, not just for the climate, but also for our public finances and our independence. And we're still paying the price for this today. Only a few visionaries understood at that time that the real problem was the fossil fuels themselves, not just their price. And among them were our Danish friends. When the oil crisis hit, Denmark started to invest heavily into harnessing the power of the wind. They laid the foundations for its global leadership in this sector and created tens of thousands of new jobs. This is the way to go. And the good news is, this necessary transformation has already started. With the European Green Deal, we have a roadmap for a net zero future by 2050. We can see this future in the North Sea or the Baltic Sea, where EU member states agree to invest massively into offshore wind generation. Or we can see it in Sicily, where Europe's largest solar panel factory will soon manufacture the newest generation of panels. And we can see it in northern Germany, where regional trains now run on green hydrogen. Green hydrogen can be a game changer for Europe. We need to move our hydrogen economy from niche to scale. And this is why I propose a new EU hydrogen bank, because this bank will bridge the investment gap that we have today, and it will connect future supply and future demand. So this is how we power the economy of the future. And I do not have to tell you what opportunities there are for creative entrepreneurs. This is why we need today's visionaries. Ladies and gentlemen, whether we talk about cells for solar panels or chips for virtual reality, the twin transition, the green and the digital, will be fueled by raw materials. Lithium and rare earth are already replacing gas and oil at the heart of our economy. By 2030, our demand for those rare earth metals will increase 5-fold. And basically this is a good sign, because it shows that our European Green Deal is moving fast. The not so good news is one country dominates the market. And we have to avoid falling into the same dependency as with oil and gas. And this is where our trade policy comes into place. New partnerships will advance not only our vital interests, but also our values and the standards that we have. We need to update our links to reliable countries and key growth regions. But securing supplies is only a first step. The processing of these metals is just as critical. And today China controls the global processing industry completely. Almost 90% of rare earth and 60% of lithium are processed in China. We will identify strategic projects all along the supply chain, from extraction to refining, from processing to recycling. and we will build up strategic reserves where supply is at risk. This and more is why we are now working on a European Critical Raw Materials Act. We know that this approach can work because we've done it before. You might recall that 5 years ago, Europe launched the Battery Alliance. And today, soon 2/3 of the batteries we need will be produced here in Europe. Or take last year, we announced the European Chips Act. And the first chips gigafactory will break ground in Germany in the coming month. We now need to replicate this success for the raw materials, with the help of today's visionaries like you. So, let's make sure that the future of SMEs and industry is made in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, that's sorry. Those words really speak to us, but they also really speak to me personally. I became a dad 15 months ago. It's been an amazing time. Not a lot of sleep, but as an entrepreneur, you're probably already used to that. But to me, it really meant that I started thinking about my personal purpose, and I actually figured out for myself that my personal purpose is to make the life of the next generation better. And then us as a team, as a Visionaries team, started thinking about venture capital, and we actually started thinking about venture capital. Can we somehow bring more venture into venture capital? Because it is an industry that has been around since the 70s, and especially lately, it has been very focused on certain areas, and we want to extend that a bit, and we want to, with Visionaries Tomorrow, and this is where I'm coming to Visionaries Tomorrow, we would actually love to bring more venture to venture capital, and when I talk about humanity and humanity being in its most important century ever, then what I mean with that is that it might be our best century, but it might also almost be our last century when we take a look at the problems that Ursula von der Leyen just outlined: security issues, climate change, energy problems that we have, and so many other problems, pollution crisis, health crisis. Then we feel that there needs to be a different answer. There needs to be an answer that goes beyond the typical scheme of venture capital, but that is more bold, that is very, very courageous capital in its truest sense. And what we have in mind and what we will do with the Tomorrow Fund is that we want to invest in frontier technologies that radically rebuild the fundamentals of the world's largest industries. And we feel that the idea behind that is that when you look at history, when you take a look at the big technological breakthroughs, that they've always resulted in a change of paradigm. When you take a look at the steam engine back in the day, which ultimately enabled and caused the Industrial Revolution. When you take a look at the automobile with Carl Benz in 1885, or the Wright brothers with the first plane that caused the mobility revolution. Then the first computer came along, which pretty much started humanity's path on the digital track. And when Berners-Lee pretty much invented the World Wide Web in '89, that started what's now the internet revolution. And with the Tomorrow Fund, what we're trying to do is that we are asking ourselves, what's the next paradigm shift? What's really breakthrough? What are the frontier technologies that will essentially shape the world of tomorrow? And with the Tomorrow Fund, we will invest and help commercialize the next wave of frontier tech that will define the world of tomorrow. And why that's such a good fit with Visionaries Club is, you heard about, and I think most of you know about the Visionaries Club concept. You know that we bring together entrepreneurs, and that is both people from the digital side, so unicorn founders who are really amazing at scaling companies. We're bringing them together with family business owners and industrial fund investors who have been domain experts and who have been people who know how to commercialize things for the past, sometimes, many hundreds of years in many different generations of their families. And what we will do with the Tomorrow Fund is that we will find and invest in frontier tech that is defining the world of tomorrow, and we will solve frontier tech founders' largest problems. And those problems are getting from idea to product market fit to commercialization. This is especially where our family business owners and our industrial fund investors can help. And then going from there to rollout, global rollout, where our unicorn founders, they've all done it. And that's where we see this nice symbiosis and this nice synergy of bringing the Visionaries platform to the topics that are very close to, I'm sure, your hearts, the team's hearts, and my heart. And we are very excited to also be announcing the Visionaries Tomorrow Fund today. It's going to be a 50 million euro fund investing in pre-seed and seed European companies and trying to bring the best of visionaries, this courageous capital combined with family business owners and digital scaling experts to the world's most important problems. So we're super excited to also be launching that today. I think it was already on the news this morning, but I'm also very excited to talk about that with you later on. And now, Rob, over to you and Luciana, if you guys are already ready. Otherwise, I have to tell bad jokes.
Still here.
Thank God.
Very cool. Too many pillows? Or is
No,
that?
it's great.
If you need more pillows, you let me
It looks
know,
very
okay?
Very homey.
Amazing. Well, I think enough for visionaries so far. Let's turn all our eyes on the top of European VC and top of European tech, and I'm so incredibly excited to have Luciana with us today. Luciana joined Sequoia 2 years ago as partner to build the European efforts. You all know Sequoia. They've been on top of the market for 50 years, have backed companies like Apple, WhatsApp, Cisco Systems, Google, so pretty much everything we use every other day. And we've been lucky that we were able to team up on a few investments in Europe, like Yokoi, Central, to Legi. So, but Luciana has also been in the ecosystem for more than 10 years already, having backed great category leaders like UiPath, Miro, and other companies. So thanks so much for being here, and excited to do this chat.
No, thank you so much for having me. And before we talk about Sequoia or the markets or companies, I just want to talk about you and Polly for a second. And I'm just so impressed with what you and your team and Polly built in the last few years, from the new fund announced today to your portfolio and to this wonderful community. When I walked in, I thought this was a rock concert, not a tech/VC get-together. So congratulations.
Thanks so much for the flowers. Thanks so much. So I'm lucky to be on the board with you of our portfolio company, Central, and you're maybe the most hardworking person I've ever seen. So when I send you a message on WhatsApp at 2 o'clock at night, it typically takes 2 to 3 seconds until I get an answer. And I'm wondering, I mean, we can actually try it out. I think even at a Sequoia event, I did this and got an answer from you. But no, jokes aside, I'm wondering, since you're on the one hand side an entrepreneur, building Sequoia in Europe, really building this great brand and taking it here, on the other side, you're an investor that needs to look into companies, work with companies. How do you balance being an entrepreneur and being an investor in your daily routine? Because for us, also building visionaries, this is something really challenging.
Yeah, so my thought process when I decided to join Sequoia a couple of years ago, a lot of it, or at least some of it, had to do with the fact that the role itself was quite entrepreneurial. And I think I didn't realize how hard that would be, to be honest, because before I was pretty much just focused on investing. So we didn't have a team in Europe, and we didn't have an office in Europe, and we had some investments. that were led by my partners who are based in the US, but I didn't have a portfolio, of course, because I was just joining. And fast forward to today, we're 18 people in the office. I was just
18,
yes,
1-8.
I was just looking at the list. I was like, how are we 18 people? We're four
So
investors.
they write your WhatsApp whenever at midnight you have 2-3 people.
So exactly, that's why I'm always on. No, I'm joking. We have 4 investors and actually someone from Germany starting on Monday. We have 5 people on the talent side, and that's one area where we want to invest a lot and where we see that our founders really are asking us for help the most. And then we have 8 other people in other wonderful functions, from marketing to our pre-seed program called ARC, and other parts of the operation. So all this to say, it's been really fun, and I think we're now in a place where a lot of our quote-unquote infrastructure is in place, and I'm delighted to be able to spend more time on my first love, which is investing, because I love this job. I realize every day it's what I've been doing for over a decade. So I would say it's a mix, but my first love is certainly investing.
Okay. So all founders here, stay tuned. There might be many more deals from Luciana in the upcoming weeks and months.
We'd love to chat, and we'd love to do more in Germany.
Yeah. Speaking about that, that's kind of in contrast. If we look at the current market environment, it makes many people very nervous, not just LPs, but I think especially founders, because we had 2 years of an incredible hype cycle, so much capital going into Europe. And I mean, you've been in this industry for 10 years working with companies. Sequoia has been for 50 years. What do you tell founders, maybe in particular B2B founders these days, how to deal with this environment?
It's been a very strange 2.5 years. Until about 6 months ago, it was the fastest pace I've ever seen in venture, and I'm sure I'm not sharing anything new. In the last 6 months, things slow down, I should say, a lot. And there is some advice that can be more, quote-unquote, blanket advice. And then some of it, I think it has to be very company-specific. So because my partners have seen cycles in the dot-com bubble and the financial crisis, as soon as we had a sense that something would turn in the market, both from a macro perspective and from a capital markets perspective, we got all our founders on a call and we talked to them about what we think might come. And of course, we might be right or we might be wrong, but we gave them our 2 cents on what might come from a macro perspective in particular. And a lot of that was around fundamentals. Build a great business, focus on unit economics. If until 6 months ago or a year ago, it was incredibly, or not incredibly, but it was much easier to raise capital. Every valuation was higher than the other. We were already sensing a few months ago that things were really slowing down from this perspective. So a lot of the general advice is focus on fundamentals, build a great business. At the end of the day, that's what matters. And that's when you don't depend on macro as much or in capital markets as much. To be more specific, we told our companies at the time to try to plan for 2 to 3 years of runway. 3 ideally, 2 if that's not possible. But at the same time, every company has its own journey, and every company is in a different position. So at the same time, situations of crisis can be great opportunities. And some companies that have wonderful fundamentals and might have unfair access to capital and might just be in a great position to accelerate, I think that's absolutely what they should do, and they should take advantage of this opportunity where their competitors might not have that access to capital or might not have the good enough unit economics to really double down. So sorry, I don't mean to be vague. Of course, generally speaking, focus on fundamentals, but at the same time, every company is in a unique situation, and it could also be the right time for some of you to really double down and really accelerate and really overcome some of your competitors.
Yeah, we always use this quote from Ayrton Senna. Some of you are already tired of it, but you cannot overtake.
I was going to use it, but then I was
15
like,
cars in sunny weather, but you can when it's raining. So I guess if you have the right setup, sometimes amazing to be acyclic and really take a win on this. Maybe turning things around, how do you act as Sequoia? Because if we look at Europe, there has been so much money going into the market. I mean, all the other US VCs opening offices, that happened in the last 2 years. Now we have the situation that, things are going maybe into a recession or at least kind of big market correction. How do you deal with the environment? Are you saying we're even more aggressive at seed because, then companies have time? Are you basically acting as always. Is there kind of a reaction? There are a lot of rumors like, oh, Sequoia is now becoming especially active, or...
We're definitely open for business, that is for sure. I think I should unpack your question a little bit. We're always looking for wonderful founders who want to build great businesses. And we invest across stages. We have a seed-focused fund, a Series A-focused fund, a Series B and growth-focused fund, and we even have public arms. So for us, whenever we meet a great founder, we're able to partner with them. Of course, ideally, we're seed-stage investors at heart, so we love finding founders really early on, and we're very fortunate as a firm to invest in Airbnb and Stripe at seed, and those companies obviously have done very well. So we've always been seed-focused, but that said, we're open for business, we invest across stages. We have seen, to be honest, less founders wanting to fundraise right now, but it's not because we're not as active as ever. I think everyone is just trying to figure out what's the right valuation for me today, given that public market multiples dropped meaningfully? When is the right time for me to raise? Even some early stage founders, my sense is that, or sorry, founders that are thinking of starting companies, pre-founders, my sense is that they're trying to figure out the level of uncertainty before making that jump. So it definitely has not been as active in the market and for us in the past 6 months or so. But I would say it's more on the other side. It's not that we're not super excited to meet founders, spend time with founders, and partner with them.
Maybe speaking a little more about founders, because I think if I look at the investments that you've done, the founders, some of them that we've worked on together, they're incredibly non-obvious, non-linear profiles. So what traits do you look in as a good founder? I mean, let's take Daniel from UiPath, from Bucharest, who has worked 10 years on that kind of product before he really got discovered, and then Andre from Miro, an incredible story, he's also here today, or Beno from Accenture, comes out of the middle of nowhere in Augsburg. It's not the typical, I'd say, Stanford Y Combinator founder that Sequoia sometimes backs in the US. So what do you look into at a founder? What excites you?
So as a team, we analyze things a lot, and we talk a lot about founder profiles, and actually, I personally find that very difficult, because we look for outliers, and outliers spike on different dimensions. And there's one founder of Miro, and there's one founder of Accenture, and there's one founder of Zoom or UiPath, and of course, I think there's certain traits that ideally most of every founder have, but I think every outlier spikes on a different dimension. So I'll start by saying that. That said, there are certain things that, of course, as an investor, I'm attracted to. One of them is definitely founder market fit and an authentic founding story. And the reason is, everyone here knows this much better than me, but typically it's not that easy building a great company. And I think if you have an authentic founding story, and if you really started this company because you're obsessed with solving a problem, I think that's going to give you that extra push when things are not so obvious. And speaking of Accenture, I mean, I loved Ben's founding story. We talked about this in the early days, how him and Claudia, his wife, had an e-commerce website, and he had no tools to run his business. So he started coding at 5 a.m. before work and late at night, and he started building the product for himself, then realized, wait, there are millions of companies out there that have the same problem. So founder market fit and really this authentic founding story, we love that at Sequoia, and I love that personally. The other one is very obvious, but I really think without it, it's just very hard, and it's just intensity. I think just, unfortunately, you have to give it your all, at least for a period of time at the beginning. You're an entrepreneur, you know. At least at the beginning for a period of time, I really think just intensity, not taking no for an answer, just having that sort of grit is incredibly important. And then, but last but not least, you mentioned I do like a non-typical profile. I think I had a somewhat non-typical profile. I grew up in Romania, and I was lucky enough to be able to study in the US, and I didn't know about technology. Even in college, to be honest, I didn't think about technology. So I like it. It doesn't have to be that a founder studied at Stanford or MIT, and wonderful founders came from there. But personally, I do like someone who maybe even had to overcome a little bit more to get that early success, because I think you probably have to be that much better to overcome some of that. So personally, I do have a very soft spot for founders with more unusual backgrounds who start in locations that might not be London or San Francisco. And nowadays, as we know, founders can really start companies from anywhere. That's a long answer, but it's a very meaty topic, right? And a very important topic, and we think about this a lot and we talk about it a lot.
No, it's something that fascinates us a lot, because Europe is so decentralized, so you find all those amazing people everywhere, but it's so difficult to find them. So if you're just in Berlin, London, you sometimes get the more kind of linear or profiles. And but maybe a good perspective, since you talk a little bit about yourself and kind of what you like to see in founders, and it's, I think, personally impressive, how, with what energy you've kind of, you're so self-made, grew up in Romania, then went to US because you wanted to study there, but pretty much kind of tried to pay everything by yourself, and then entered European VC, and now on top of European VC. What drives you? Like, what still keeps you hungry to achieve personally?
I find this question very difficult. I ask this question in interviews. However, I find it very difficult to answer it. And my partner, Doug Leone, actually, when we were getting to know each other, he asked me this question, and I don't think I was able to answer it. I'll do my best. I found something that I really love really early on. People always ask me, would you join a company? Would you start a company? And I just love investing, and I love being a small part of many journeys, not just one journey. And I've been investing for over a decade now, and I really honestly could not imagine doing anything else. So I feel very, very privileged from this perspective, and I'm that annoying person at the dinner table who does not complain about their job. Quite the opposite, is really excited about their job. So that's a big part of it. I think I was very lucky to find something that really energizes me. And even if I have free time, I enjoy just checking things about companies I work with, or
can tell,
reading
whenever
something.
You're on holiday,
I text more.
Until, like
So I think that's part of it. And I guess in this industry, we're probably all a bit competitive, at least with ourselves. So just trying to get a little bit better every day, and failing many days, but at least trying.
That's a great motivation. Are there things that you really, really needed to learn the hard way, or is there one lesson where it was really hard for you to learn, but that really brought you forward?
Yes, of course, so many. Let me think. I think one mistake that I used to make, and I think that many investors make, when looking at a company thinking about, doing our little spreadsheet analysis and thinking, oh, this is a small market, I definitely wish I had been more open-minded about this. I heard this quote, that I don't know who says it, and it's not mine, but I think it's so good. It's market size is up to the founder's imagination. So I think if you have someone with a passion that we were talking about before, and with really, really wanting to solve a problem, and who can really see around corners, then I think founders can zig and zag and expand the market, or create a new market, or find new pockets. So that's definitely one learning. So for example, Deliveroo, we met Will back in 2014, early 14. And I didn't see it initially. I was like, oh, how many people are going to order food delivery at home, and they're going to pay for getting their food?
A long time pre-COVID.
Long time ago. And I thought this must be just a, affluent neighborhood phenomenon. It cannot become a worldwide phenomenon. And I was obviously so wrong. I mean, look around. My sister in Romania orders food delivery, and not quite my parents, but
you
still,
do it for your mother, I know.
Exactly. It's one of the biggest markets out there. It's created wonderful generational businesses. So I would say that's one mistake, just market size. early on, I think it's very hard to tell. Sorry, not that I want to go on too much about this, but I think Airbnb, I obviously was not there for those conversations 10, 12 years ago, but I cannot imagine that people must have thought, wow, everyone will want to rent out their houses and people will want to live into each other, not live, but stay in each other's houses. Those things are not obvious, but if you find that spark and that user love, you can go really far.
Thanks so much for those many also very, very personal impressions of you. Maybe one last question, because I think in this conversation, when we speak about founders, when we speak about being in VC, it's always taking a very optimistic perspective, no matter kind of what the world around is, because you have to be an optimist, you have to be a risk taker, even if markets are great. But in this world where some things are maybe not that easy or some things look dark, what spikes you that you think is like positive right now or encourages you to be cheerful?
In technology, if we talk about our world a lot, one thing that we're seeing more and more of in Europe is founders that have traveled a journey with other scale-ups and have learned in other people's companies and now want to build their own companies. And I think that gives you a little fast forward in the early days. Or founders who tried before and they might have succeeded or they might not have succeeded, but they have that previous founding experience. And I think we're seeing more and more of that in the last few years in Europe, and that was not the case before. And the other thing is talent, especially in this period. If you look, I mean, every time I read the news, Facebook is no longer hiring, or Meta, I'm sorry, is no longer hiring, or they have to. Are you cutting me off? No.
No,
sorry.
you're back. Absolutely not.
Okay. But the big companies and even scale-ups, of course, have to react to the market environment, and either they're not hiring as aggressively, or they're even cutting back. So if anything, I think from a talent perspective, it should be better than ever for very early stage founders. So I think it should be a great time to start a business. I mean, PayPal, Google, they started during the dot-com period, and Airbnb started during the global financial crisis. Like, great companies are created always, and sometimes even more so in these situations that seem more difficult, but that can really create opportunities.
Luciana, thank you so much for coming over. Thanks so much for your perspective. I think it's great to have Sequoia with all the 50 years of boldness in Europe and having someone like you leading it. So thanks for being with us.
That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to meet everyone. And see everyone at drinks later.
Thank you so much. Amazing. So yeah, as you can see, we're trying to make an in-person event happen, but we're just doing it with our Visionaries team, so we're not a professional event organizer. So excuse us for all the things that maybe don't work that well, but that also includes that we are trying to do all sessions live, but we might have the one or the other remote session because we said we don't just, because someone's getting COVID or misses an airplane, just kill the session. So we've talked enough about VC now. Let's take another perspective. If you look at the tech ecosystem, some of the most important players are actually business angels, founders that have built some of the most amazing companies, have gone through all the ups and downs of starting a company and building it and selling it, and sometimes they are the best sparring partners for the next generation of founders. And the beauty about the European tech ecosystem is that we have an incredible amount of serial entrepreneurs now also in B2B that really invest into the next generation of founders, and that basically, also serve a little as a sourcing machine for venture capital funds. So we thought, why not look a little bit behind the scenes of Europe's angel mafia, which actually has developed pretty interestingly behind the scenes, because founders start raising small micro funds. Those micro funds then again invest bigger checks at the seed stage. So I'm super excited that we have an incredible group of people discussing a little bit how it looks behind the scenes. So we have Luca, who's a partner at Excel, basically one of the most successful VCs globally and also one of the most successful SaaS backers in Europe. Luca has also been an investor in companies like Trade Republic, but we also have Daniel, the founder of Flixbus. The guys are investing very actively at seed stage across Europe, especially in Germany. We have Andre, the founder of Miro, the most successful collaboration tool globally, who has built a little mafia around him, backing founders at the early stage. And I think Christian, unfortunately, got sick today, so we won't have him. But we finally have also Carmen, who is maybe the rising star VC I admire most in Europe. So she's the founder of Cocoa, a 70 million micro VC that is incredibly hustling and networking behind the scenes. So big welcome and thanks for joining us for Unplugged. You guys are ready? Who's doing the songs?
The whole Visionary team, and again, it's great to be here. So, this session is about spending a bit of time together with great people and friends, and discussing about the role of. Yes. Can you hear us?
Test. No.
Not
Hola,
yet.
hola.
Need
Mine
your
works,
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
All
How
right.
about this? No, it doesn't. This doesn't work as well. Just
Let's see.
just a little.
Should be better now. All right.
Now it works.
Now it should be okay. So I was saying, thank you very much, Robert, the Visionary team, for having us today.
Sorry.
Shall we keep it?
Okay. Functioning disaster, finishing style. That'll be fine.
Yeah. It should work. All right. Please, Robert, invest more in technology. Not yet.
Test.
All right.
Okay, no.
And then you're next, right?
Yeah, now I understand why
Shall I
they
then
want
go
to
out
invest in a
together
new
if we do a
fund.
breakout?
Through technology. Right? So thank you, Visionary teams. Shall we try to get going? No.
Maybe a scream.
If I put it very close,
Yeah, if you put it very...
almost in my
But
mouth, then it works.
even here, no. Almost.
Yeah.
Okay, should be better. No.
No.
Guys.
Scream.
If it's not working, we can also kind of take 5 minutes break, get you guys
Yes,
well equipped.
let's do.
Does that sound like a good plan? Then we listen a little bit to music and give us 5 minutes, and then we'll try to fix it. Thanks so much, guys.
That's great.
It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, and I know.
Ain't no sunshine when he's gone. It's not warm when he's away. Ain't no sunshine when he's gone, and he's always gone too long. Anytime he goes away. Cause ain't no sunshine when he's gone.
It's not warm when she's away.
Ain't no sunshine when he's gone, and he's always gone too long. Anytime he goes away.
Wonder this time where she's gone.
Wonder
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
Flashing lights, flashing lights, flashing lights, flashing lights.
She don't believe in shooting stars, but she believe in shoes and cars. Wood floors in the new apartment, couture from the store's departments. You more like love to start shit. I'm more of the trips to Florida, order the hors d'oeuvres, views of the water, straight from a page of your favorite author. And the weather's so breezy, man, why can't life always be this easy? She in the mirror dancing so sleazy. I get a call like, where are you, Yeezy? And try to hit you with the old wacky, till I got flashed by the paparazzi. Damn, these niggas got me. I hate these niggas more than a Nazi.
Recall, I know you love to show off, but I never thought that you would take it this far. But what do I know?
Flashing lights,
What do I know?
flashing lights.
I know it's been a while, sweetheart, we hardly talk, I was doing my thing. I know I was foul, baby, hey, babe, lately, you've been all on my brain. And if somebody would've told me a month ago, frontin' oh, yo, I wouldn't wanna know. If somebody would've told me a year ago, it'd go get this difficult. Feeling like Katrina with no FEMA, like Martin with no Gina. Like a flight with no visa, first class with the seat back, I still see ya. In my past, you on the other side of the glass of my memories museum. I'm just saying, hey Mona Lisa, come home. You know you can't roam without Caesar.
Recall, I know you love to show off, but I never thought that you would take it this far. But what do I know?
Have to? No? Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Hello? Hello?
Hola, hola.
This
Yeah,
works.
now
One is
now it
working.
works.
Test, yeah. Go. Yeah. Yeah, it works.
Hola.
Yes.
Hola. Yeah.
Yeah, mine works.
Hola.
Mine works as well.
That's
Work. Yeah.
Yes. All right, we made it. Okay. Let's get started. So after Visionary New Fund Back to Technology first investment that effectively just happened over there, we can get ready. So thanks again, Visionary team, for having us. Today we're going to discuss in this interesting panel about the role of business angels and micro VC. So we've been discussing a lot about how the tech ecosystem in Europe has developed over the years, and as such, your role is becoming way more important over the last few years, I would say. So tell us more about how you do see your role in this new, let's say, era of investment from angels and micro VCs. Would you want to get this? Carmen?
So I personally, I really like that, that winning spree we've seen in Europe over the last years, because there is still quite something to catch up compared to the US. And you see how important, especially in the early days, former founders, micro VCs are to back just young people with eventually only an idea before they're ready to talk with you guys, for instance.
Yeah, I think that's actually a key. The timing is one key aspect of it. And the other one is that we collaborate, we don't compete, because either we're angels or we're micro funds, we're small. So we can collaborate with each other and with lead investors, which actually means that we share. And that adds a lot of more kind of velocity and transparency to the ecosystem, and a lot more opportunities to founders, because actually one of Cocoa's first investments was actually a 16 VC, didn't want to invest in the space, but rated the founder super highly. We spoke to him, we loved it, we invested. And likewise, we're co-investors with Daniel in several companies. So we work with you guys, we work with Visionaries. And so you create this kind of sharing, collaborative pool that just creates much more access for founders and much more win-win opportunities.
Yeah, I think you touch upon a very interesting point, Carmen, about your secret sauce of sharing and collaborating more. So any more details there? Tell us, the audience, a bit more about your secret sauce, how you do it.
Yeah, I can share on the other side, because we collaborate between funds. So my name is Andrei, I'm the founder and CEO at Miro, and a few years ago I started to invest as an angel, and pretty fast I realized that it's way better to partner with a bunch of other friends who invest as an angels, and we created Angels Collective. Because for me, it's hard to invest on my own. I don't have much time. I don't have much expertise in certain markets. So we realized that will be the best path. We created this fund S16 VC that was mentioned before already. And now we are kind of trying to bring to founders the kind of more advanced view on the market, on the growth levers they can use and so on. Because we, as founders, we made our journey to a certain level, and now we can look at their journey same eyes as they look and help them navigate that journey. It can be hiring, it can be firing, it can be building the product, finding product market fit. So that was the idea, and that was kind of our angle to differentiate on the market. And yeah, we partner a lot. Like we partner between each other, because our checks are not big, and we don't need to have the full round. So we can do joint rounds together with other funds, like bigger and smaller. So and that also a value for founders, because they get like a lead investor like Excel or Sequoia or Iconic or whatever is the fund, but they also can leverage the community of founders and operators that is behind the smaller funds.
I think in our case, it's actually interesting because we come at it from we like to say at Cocoa, we're VCs turned angels. So my partner Anthony and I, we were VCs in large funds for 6 years, and at the same time, we were angel investing. And by looking at the market from these two perspectives, we actually realized that there was an opportunity to be the in-house VC for founders, which basically means that we would be small like an angel, so free, independent, and neutral, but we will bring on all our VC network and our VC expertise to help founders hack the system, like we say it, right? The same way that like Andrew and Daniel help founders with insights on how to build the business because they've done it, we help founders on insights of how to kind of manage your investors all the way from the round to the board. And actually what's interesting is that by doing that, we realized that we were building very unique relationships of trust with the founders that put us in a position that was very strong to support them also emotionally across the board. And like we like to say that with EQ rather than just IQ. And that's kind of our secret sauce in theirs.
And Daniel, how do you source your deals? Given that you, together with Jochen and Andre, have probably been one of the most active angel group in Germany over the last few years.
So there are a couple items around that. First of all, I think it's important that we're still active as entrepreneurs running Flix. That means people see what we're doing, and then they sometimes just reach out and ask us for advice and sparring. And that's a good intro and a good deal flow. And then obviously, very much as Carmen said, over the last 10 years, it has been built out so we know former co-founders, former fellows we eventually pitched ourselves towards to. And with that said, people know at some point in time what the capabilities, the skills of each other are. And sometimes you need a certain advice, whether it's on product, whether it's on SaaS, whether it's in our case on transportation and mobility. And that's how we just interact and you know, get put towards new startups. And that's actually very easy and ultimately based on trust. So exactly as Carmen said.
All right. And how are you thinking about the future, guys? So how many investments are you thinking about making? How do you think about your role in the future? Your portfolio is now quite significant.
So we don't, I mean, I told you earlier, before I met Carmen in person, I got emails from her already. So I figured, I think we're invested in Cocoa. I didn't really know. As obviously in our syndicate, Jochen, Andre, and I, we ultimately infinitely trust us. And Jochen is the chief investment guy, so I have no idea. I know that we have more than 60 investments, and I'm uncertain whether there's a strategy. I mean, we were lucky that Flix is successful and we were able to get some secondaries. And obviously, we still run the business. We're just normal guys. And that means there's enough funds to just push it back into the ecosystem. Because as I earlier said, I think there's quite some potential in Europe, and we have something to catch up and have to make sure that we don't lose the competition against China or the US. But whatever it will take, maybe it's 600 at some point in time, don't know.
All right, 600 is a number then.
And by the way, this kind of timeline that Daniel discussed and before Andre is one of the things which I think was an inflection point to enable this movement of like angels and microfunds, which is like successful founders that have made money, and likewise with operators, and that have seen companies scaling and have made money and now kind of come back and recycle that capital into the ecosystem and also recycle all the knowledge into the ecosystem. So in terms of how we source, we're two people, so we're very clear that we were not going to compete with like outbound machines. It makes no sense. We were very focused, and we are very focused. We source from our network, and we always said that, had an assumption that has come true, which is we have an edge because of the position that we occupy as like VCs and angels. And so the fact, again, I insist on it, but it's key that we all collaborate, we don't compete, because there's space for all of us in the cap table means that we get leads from VCs that actually on deals that they're gonna do. When you're a VC, the first thing you learn is that deal flow from other VCs is not good, because why are they sharing? In our case, they share things that they want also to do. That's one. And the main, actually, and the one that we're most proud about, is founders who we have invested in, or sometimes not invested in, but helped. that share with us their friends who are too early for going to a lead fund. Because if you're invested by Accel, by Visionaries, like by Index, or Sequoia, you're for sure gonna share your best friends with them, but once they're ready, because it's a one bullet. To us, they share their friends when they're still in their jobs. And I think that that has been a very, very valuable source of deal flow for us. And last but not least, our LPs, who are mainly founders, so it's the same source, share a lot of deals with us.
So the question is how many deals we plan to do?
Yeah, exactly. Tell us more
Tens
about
of
what
them.
next, Andre.
We just did the first close of our new second fund, and we have a runway so to support tens of startups. On average, we invest like now 500K to 1 million, and I think this new market dynamics will tell us how to adjust the strategy, because it will be very different dynamics from what we already observe, but we want to pick up those companies, those founders that we can help most. So the focus for us is, if we can help, we are there. If we can't, maybe it's not the perfect match. So yeah, we want to be valuable for those who we invest in.
Yeah, speaking about that, so maybe as a last question that we can debate a bit together on. So you received some angel investing back in your early days. Which advice you wish you would have gotten from those angels that you're going to be able to share now with your investment?
So the truth is, we're lucky with our angels, and they found us accidentally, because we had to somehow, we overgunned that and kept on pitching at VCs in a very early stage where there was no regulatory environment. And I think angels are the real assets when you can talk about smart money in terms of actual contribution. Some of them are still active. Some of them kept on being entrepreneurs, and they have a little bit, a different spirit than a financial investor. I mean, financial investors are, in order to do 10x investments, but especially in the beginning, there is more to a company than only looking forward to, I don't know, grow by 10 times. That's, one of the items you have to take care in order to build something great, but not the only one.
Andre?
Yeah, I grew up as a company, as a business, in a very strong community of like-minded people, and I think that was the best contribution to my personal growth and to the business growth. And I think that strong network, people who support you, but also people who can connect you with relevant people if you're hiring, if you're fundraising, if you just need the personal advice on the journey. That's the best network you can have. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to replicate the same with all these founders who are around us. We try to create the community, the sense of community, the sense of belonging. So those founders who are new in the journey, they can rely on that network and try to get whatever they need inside that network. So that's kind of how I think, and that was very valuable in my early days. So trying to replicate what worked for us.
Actually, one thing that a lot of people don't know is actually I was a founder for a year, and I failed completely. And the reason I failed also was because I realized down the line I just didn't care about the problem. Like, I wanted to be a founder, and I found a problem to solve, but I wasn't really obsessed with it. And if now I would go back, and that's actually what I tell a lot of founders who are still considering what to do or who are pitching to us, is I look for founders who are obsessed. Of course, they need to have unique insights into the market, sure, but ultimately they need to have an excruciating reason to solve the problem they're going after, because it's so irrational to do what they're about to do that either you're obsessed or it's the chances that they stay on it are lower, right? So I think I would like to have had somebody to tell me or to ask me whether I was really obsessed with the problem I was solving.
That was a great ending to our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
attention to the microphone.
Okay, we tested microphones for you guys.
Which one's more?
So the pointer is here. Pointer. Right. All right. Welcome to Unplugged. Thank you so much for coming. Hope everybody's having a great time. I'm Martin, partner at Visionaries Club, working with seed and pre-seed founders. And in our next session, we are really excited to welcome some of the most exciting companies that we are working with and the founders there. They're all building products that enable people to supercharge their workflow efficiency, so they have more time to really focus on what really matters. And by kind of providing a modular tool stack around data and productivity, they're already changing the way how the best teams are performing in the digital economy and in the traditional industry. So yeah, I'm excited to welcome our first founder on stage, Yoko, co-founder of Ledgy. With Ledgy, Yoko and her team are kind of creating a new standard around how companies are managing arguably the most important incentive, equity ownership. So handing over to you, Yoko.
Thanks so much. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Shall I just click on this or? Oh, perfect. A few years back, I met a founder based in Zurich. It's where I'm from. I'm from Switzerland. The founder was one of the founders of a company called View Eyewear. If some of you know the brand, it's an eyewear brand. And back then, I was sitting with Peter, who is still a customer of us today and a good friend. And I was sitting with Peter, and he was showing me how he was managing his company's ownership. So, you know, cap table, employee participation plans, and so on. And basically, we sit together, he opens up his laptop, and it was a huge Excel sheet. And in his case, he had every single line of his Excel representing a single share of his company. So you can just imagine, like endless scrolling, huge chaos. It was really crazy. And for us back then, it was one extreme case, but looking around us, everywhere around Europe and beyond, founders just didn't have a way to manage one of their most precious assets in their company, which is their equity. So we decided to build a software for that to help Peter and everyone in the same case in Europe and beyond. And the reason for that is, number one, it was a super concrete problem we could solve with the software. And number two, the motivation was really to be able to have an impact on the European ecosystem, because equity is key to build strong and enduring companies. So we started back then, it was 2017, we started in Switzerland, and starting in such a country was a curse because it was such a small market. But in fact, it was a blessing in disguise looking back, because we were forced from the very beginning to think internationally. So remember, Peter, the story I was telling at the beginning, he back then had a small team of 200 people, and it was already back then across Switzerland, Germany, and the UK. So we had to serve international customers from the beginning. Number two, in Europe, now it's changing, but back then really no one understood what equity was about. Therefore, we had to put the employee's experience at the center of the product. So that is really what Ledgy is all about. Number one, we help international teams because that's what we need in Europe. And number two, it's a people-first product, so we make sure that the team, the employees really understand what equity is all about. We are fortunate enough and really proud to have some of the very best teams in Europe on Ledgy. Some of them are of course, fellow Visionaries portfolio companies such as Xentral, Localize, TaxDo, but also really some of the biggest scale-ups in Europe as well and beyond, such as Get Here, Bitpanda from Austria, Alan from France, and Trade Republic, for example, from Germany. I want to end by telling you what drives us at Ledgy. And at Ledgy, we democratize ownership. We make equity more accessible because we believe that equity is key to build the best teams. And we just raised our Series B. We announced it yesterday. We're so excited to help to empower teams with ownership across Europe. And to celebrate this milestone, we have a special offer as well. So for anyone who wants to try out Ledgy, reach out to me. It's yoko@ledgy.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoko. Lovely. Then I'm really excited to welcome next Jenny from Leapsum. Jenny and her team are on a mission to make work more fulfilling. So we really believe that people enablement is the secret to a thriving organization, and culture is just something that needs to be handled properly. So Jenny, the stage is yours.
So founders here, who of you cares about their impact and the enterprise value of your venture? And investors, who of you cares about the enterprise value and impact of your portcos? Thank you. We need to talk about why people enablement is actually mission critical if you actually care about the enterprise value of your companies. We're all building companies in a complex environment. First of all, the pandemic has actually forced us to build hybrid and remote companies, and companies struggle to align, engage, and retain their now distant workforce. Second, we're faced with a harsh macroeconomic environment, and at this time, we actually need to drive for efficiency, and we ultimately need to build more with less. In order to get this right, you need to make sure that a smaller team is fully aligned and performing at its best. And thirdly, to make this even harder, we're all faced with a millennial and post-millennial workforce that actually has much higher expectations towards their employer. So at this time, people enablement is more mission critical than it's ever been before. And let's talk about the ROI of people enablement. An interesting global study by Gallup could prove that investing into people enablement and having enabled and engaged employees actually leads to significantly higher productivity, lower talent turnover, and also lower absenteeism. Absenteeism, talent turnover, lost productivity are all expensive problems. And to make it more tangible for you, there's another study by Harvard Business School where two fellows compared two cohorts of publicly traded companies. One cohort that did invest into people-enabling culture and another cohort that didn't ultimately care and didn't invest. The cohort that cared about people enablement actually had a 12x higher enterprise value over the 11 years studied than the cohort that didn't invest into people enablement. Who of you would like to actually have their companies 12x higher enterprise values than their peers? Raise your hands. We seem to have a lot of altruistic investors in the room. So people enablement is too important to not get it right. People enablement is mission critical. It's ultimately important for the success of your company. So you need the right toolkit to get this important job done. Every company needs a people enablement platform. And what we see is hence that there's a new category arising in HR tech, the third strategic part of the HR tools track. It sits next to the ATS and the HRIS. The ATS is to recruit great people, it's built for your recruiters. The HRIS is for the payroll and the administrative processes, it's built for the HR admin. And the people enablement software is built to align, engage, and retain people. It's not just built for the HR admin, it's actually built for every employee. It's a fundamentally different user experience. People enablement is way too important a job to not tackle it with the right tooling. So with Leapsam, we've built the leading people enablement platform according to independent sources like G2. It's a modular platform that combines functionality to drive performance, alignment, engagement, learning, and compensation. It's a modular platform which has capabilities for things such as performance management, 360 feedback, OKR management and meeting management, engagement surveys and post-survey action planning, learning and onboarding management, and compensation processes, all in one holistic interconnected platform. We're being praised by our customers for ease of use, our flexibility, and our high adoption. High adoption is also driven by ultimately connecting into the customer's existing tool stack. The best places to work globally use Leapsam, and we have customers such as Unity or Spotify, where we have global wall-to-wall rollouts across all their employees. And also more traditional brands like a Mercedes-Benz. We support our customers to drive their mission-critical people enablement to align, retain, and engage their people with our best-in-class tooling and thereby ultimately boost their enterprise value and their impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Our next founder is Eleonore from Pigment. She and her team at Pigment are building essentially a jumping too quick to the live version, sorry. So they're essentially building a next generation business planning software. And I know we all have Google Sheets and everything, but we really think that there is a big change happening there. So Pigment is essentially just a much more collaborative, powerful, and delightful tool. So yeah, really excited to welcome Eleonore. She unfortunately couldn't make it, as you heard, to Berlin today, but we are dialing into Paris and can listen to her. So over to Eleonore.
Thank you, Visionaries, for the invite. It's so great to be at Unplugged today, even if I would have loved to be live with you and not in Paris. Thanks again for the great invitation. I'm Eleonore Crespo, co-founder, co-CEO of Pigment, the business planning platform that serves customers in the likes of Carta, Figma, Brex, DBT Labs, Gong, Deliveroo, and many more. And we help their finance, business, and HR teams take better decisions faster decision, and smarter decision in real time. I'm going to give you a concrete example of why we exist. I'm sure some companies in the audience have been struggling with uncertainty in the past few months. We've been asking our CFOs, our business leaders, about scenario planning around the inflation, a potential recession, obviously less fundraising in the market. And we need to understand, obviously, how to be more efficient in these days. What happens very often is that our CFOs or business leaders end up spending their nights, their weekends, analyzing data because they don't have the right tool to be efficient in providing answers. Indeed, most of them still work on error-prone 40-year-old spreadsheets in the like of Excel, Google Sheet, or very expensive, very complex enterprise-grade tools that require a consultant to understand how to plan properly in them. This is why Pigment exists. I was the right hand of the EMEA CFO at Google, and then I was an investor at Index Ventures, and I saw many companies struggling pre-IPO, post-IPO to plan properly. My co-founder was co-founder and CTO at Criteo, and he saw the company growing from zero to post-IPO. And I think one of his biggest nightmares was actually to deal with planning, whether it was financial, business, or HR planning. We decided to create a platform fully integrated that would focus on ease of use, an extensive breadth of integration, super powerful modeling features, incredible what-if scenarios, and many more features that actually can help empower any analyst in the world to plan better. We serve you the data in visually compelling dashboards and an incredible user experience to help any analyst, any finance team, any RevOps team plan better and take decisions faster. We have existed since 2019, and our vision goes way broader than what we are doing today. We would like to become this all-in-one business database that any operator in the world should use to actually analyze and crush business data. One of our customers, Figma, has told us, and they started to work with us approximately 6 months ago before the wonderful acquisition last week, and they told us that we are by far one of the most beautifully designed tools out there. We are very proud of that, and we really hope that over time we can count you all as customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleanor. And as we saw, that something can be very beautiful on the front end. Now we are going to something exciting in the back end, so to say. So welcoming Dennis from Automated. Simply put, they are building robots that take over really boring and repetitive tasks. And I think we all heard, and it's very much in the common perception that AI is taking over and replacing, kind of taking over the jobs from humans, but we see it a very different way. Actually, as mentioned, it is more empowering and kind of enabling people to really be able to focus on what really matters. So using cognitive RPA, Dennis and his team are building a really powerful automation software in the robotic process automation space. So handing over to Dennis now.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. So we at Automated, we democratize automation, and we committed to this goal because still in the year 2022, there are so many repetitive tasks which still cannot be automated by conventional solutions. And I believe everybody here was at some point sitting in front of a computer, doing something super repetitive, being super annoyed, asking yourself, why am I doing this? Why is not my computer doing it for me? And actually, this problem occurs in professional contexts too. Millions of companies are facing the same problem every day. And this is quite surprising if you think about it, because companies, they are hugely incentivized to remove as many repetitive tasks as possible, and yet they are unable to achieve this. So the question is, why is automation so hard? And this is a big question, and of course, big questions require sophisticated charts. So this is you. This is your computer, and in your mind, there is a workflow description. And remember, you are executing this workflow over and over again in a very painful manner, so you know very well how to describe this workflow. But the problem is this workflow description is in your mind and not in your computer. So the question becomes, how do you get it from your head to your computer? Or in other words, how to make computers do what you want. And the market has two solutions for you. You can either program your computer or you can use visual editors. Programming is probably not an option for most people because, well, you need to spend a few years before you can start programming your first program. Or you can outsource it, but this is very costly and for most of your tasks probably not feasible. Then you will end up with visual editors. Well, visual editors, they are nice in the beginning, but very soon you will configure nitty-gritty stuff and it will be feeling like as if you are programming just in a visual editor. And Microsoft, they released quite an interesting statistic here. 99% of over 1 billion spreadsheet users never successfully wrote a single macro in their lives. So there is 1 billion people concerned with super repetitive stuff within spreadsheets, and yet they are unable to get the workflow descriptions from their minds to their computers. And this problem is exactly what we are solving. So we at Automated, we are building an AI, which is an intermediate layer between you and your computer. So now you don't have to directly communicate to your computer what you want, but rather in a fuzzy way, you can tell it to Automated. Automated takes your fuzzy workflow description, it builds a bot for you, and then runs it on the computer for you. Well, this sounds great, but some people are probably thinking, well, Dennis, you're cheating a little bit. You told me that it's super hard to communicate to a computer what to do. Why is it easier to do it with Automated? Well, at Automated, we don't have a code editor. We also don't have a visual editor. But what we have is a super deep integration in your applications. So, for example, you're using SAP, Salesforce, or Excel sheets, whatever. We integrate it into them, and this opens up a completely new way of communicating what you want. So you just spin up your app, and you execute your workflow. And this execution of your workflow, for the last time, this is the description Automated needs. So it takes this description, which everybody can produce because you're doing it anyways, then it builds a bot, it packages this bot into a button. This button is then displayed on top of your existing application. You can click it, and you never ever have to do your workflow manually again. So if this sparked your interest, just visit automated.com and book a demo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I think we are really excited about the time that we can actively and lively use this. So next up is going to be Benet. Very, very excited to introduce him. At Visionaries Club, we really believe in a trend happening around micro SMEs, and especially lean software just powering this very specific type of vertical. So Benet and his team at Central are essentially building and redefining, setting the new gold standard how these micro SMEs are operating, and how some of the leading e-commerce founders in this space are actually operating their business. So yeah, Benet, the stage is yours.
Cool, thanks you. Nice to be here, and also a great honor to talk here. Yes, I'm Benedict. We are Central. I start directly with the first slide. I think the easy way to describe it is Central helps small and medium-sized companies automate and simplify their day-to-day operations. What does this mean? So where this came from, we had original own business, hardware business. We produced hardware and we sold it over the internet, over different channels. We had B2B and the business was successful and growing. And we was wondering every day what shitty things we do every day. You hunt sales orders, you hunt missing payments, you forget to reorder things. There was an error in the warehouse, was really, really painful for life what we have done. And then we started to look around, okay, we need the software. I'm an engineer's background, I always try to fix everything with software. And then I was shocked when I've seen what is in the world, how expensive, how ugly, and then it's only a small area of your business, and you cannot connect this with API to other topics. And then we said, this makes no sense for us. We need something in background, what makes all the tools, all the tasks for us in background and really helps us and gives us value. And our idea was that we spend our time as founders, as company, to really the things what we like, building products, doing marketing, doing sales, and not managing with the stupid task our business. And then I started to write the software, how Luciana also describes it on a nice way. I have the luxury that I wake up very early every day, and then I enjoyed it and start to write the software step by step for us. And then, I don't know, what was the reason, then suddenly the suppliers and customers from us came to us and say, hello, Bennett, what is this for software? I see you use something different, and we will also have this. Is it possible? We said, we are a hardware company, but when you feel it's value for us, feel free to use it, but don't expect that we're waiting here 24 hours, 7 days per week and help you when there's a problem. We have an own business. And then it becomes more and more demand on that we then decided sometimes, okay, there's so big demand in the market for this type of software, then we stop with the hardware business, change to the software, and have now the great chance to really help a lot of business all over the world to make their business smart and really fun, that they can really use their time and do the things what they like, building cool products, talking to customers, doing marketing things here. This is a sneak peek of our new layout. We worked very hard last year and to roll out a new version. To make this out is super important for us that this type of software should be fun. Normally, you hate to go into this software, and we don't like this. You should be really say, okay, I will start my business in the morning. I like it. I will manage my business, do the sales orders, do all the things. And I think this was our main driver also in the past and still today. What we also realized in the micro SME or in the world when you're small, normally a lot of people don't know that these types of software are in the world. When you're in a bigger company, it's normal. You have then big ERP and SAP or something like this here. This is very famous and very well known. But in a small world, the people, they don't know it. You can't expect, you think Excel is the only thing what you normally can do, and you don't aware of this, that these types of software there. That means what we have also built parallel to our software, we call it a growth framework, where we now start really to educate the founders, the small companies, and show them how you can use this software in different categories, and you can start step by step and use it modularly from the topics where we have at the moment big problems, burning problems, whatever. Start with this one step, the warehouse, purchasement, whatever, and then go step by step through the journey because this is possible. We are in 2022, and the software makes this really possible. Why do we know that it works? We have also from our early beginning times customers who started very early. And I think one thing what I can give as additional information is the great thing with Accenture is that you can grow your business. Normally, you have always a typical breaking point planned when you're too big, then you have to change the software. And normally, when you're successful, I don't know, you have to change the software every 2 years, and this hurts. You lose a lot of data, time, revenue. No one likes this. And we built the software original for us. In the final end, we were around about 15 people, and then during the next time when we work together with customers, we develop with them then the next steps together. And the great thing is with Accenture, you can really grow something from like whatever 200,000 turnover up to 50 million without any break and really driving the business. And that it works, for example, is customer Y-Food, they're very famous in Germany. In the meantime, they came to us when there were 5 people in the software, and then really start the business, and we really enjoyed working with them together and have the accelerator or the path with them together. And all the other companies here, like on the slide, really enjoy our software and like it to use it in their daily work. And that's it from my side.
Lisa from Localize. So talking about the overlapping areas of people and efficient workflows, Localize is a global mobility platform.
I'm just thinking back at that.
Okay. The stage is yours. No, so Localize is essentially a global mobility platform that digitizes and makes it more efficient and automates employee relocation for enterprises. So really excited about the topic, and yeah, Lisa, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm Lisa. I'm the CRO and one of the co-founders of Localize, and we break down borders for companies and their employees. To be honest, I have a super strong connection to that topic, not only because I moved several times myself, but also because I got to know the problem from a company perspective. I started my career in HR and global mobility and built up the relocation unit at Good Game Studios. I relocated more than 500 people, their families, and sometimes even their horses. That's not a joke, that actually happened. And this is something where I say that we have to do something about it. I think overall,
if we look back 10 years ago, what the gaming industry was already building up international teams. And this is something a lot of companies do right now as well. Building up a team where it doesn't matter where people live or where they're coming from. This trend is even increasing thanks to the new location flexibility. And more companies face that topic. Also because the war of talent, but also because a lot of employees want to move. They want to live abroad, and they want to spend part of their career somewhere else. This is something companies have to facilitate now. And that's not easy, as you can see on the screen. This is leading to HR teams who have a lot of additional work when it comes to paperwork, but also when it comes to immigration. And most of you probably know the process of getting one visa, but imagine you need to get 100. I can tell you, not a lot of fun, and HR teams also don't love it that much. And this is what we're solving. On one hand, we build an ATS for global mobility, a tracking tool for HR teams where they can really hand over their cases within a few minutes. They can keep track of everything what's going on, and they do get visibility, transparency, and peace of mind, because then they can focus on other topics, which they actually also more enjoy, I would say. On the other hand, we built a talent app. For me, this is even more important because they are the people who are moving, not the HR teams. And you have to think about it as a step-by-step guide. So we really make sure that the talent knows what to do. Be it they need to apply for a visa, they need to get their tax ID, they need to apply for health insurance. Everything is in our product. You have to think of it as a digital assistant for the whole relocation process. And as you can see on the screen, we brought a consumer-like experience to a really old-fashioned traditional industry. And there's even more to come. We learned that talents most of the time don't only move once, but they move several times during their career. And that's why we're currently expanding our talent app to make the processes even more seamless. And the good news is that's not the core of a product. We don't only build a shiny product, but the core of the product is actually in the automation, in the background, with automating the immigration processes and all the paperwork. We have proven that this technology works. So we work with more than 500 companies across different industries, different sizes, different geographies, and all our customers love us. Customers of different types and the HR teams are big fans. But what's even more important for me, the talents we're working with love us even more. And I can tell you, in the relocation industry, that's very rare. In the future, every company will have employees who will be localized at some point. I'm super happy to have a chat later on, or you can visit our website. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Lisa. With this, we would like to actually wrap up our session today. Thank you so much all for sharing your stories. There's probably one strong overarching theme that you might have noticed listening to our speakers, and that is pretty much what we are very excited about at Visionaries Club as well, is that the future of B2B software is flexible, integrated, frictionless, and data-centric. So powerful on the front end and the back end. The most exciting thing is that it's happening right now in Europe, around us. So yeah, thank you so much for coming.
All right. I think, check. I think the microphones are working now. Hi, everyone. I'm Bobby, part of the investment team at Visionaries Club. Very nice to see all of you in person today, some of you at least. Some are outside now, I think, networking, which is also fantastic. And I'm very excited to introduce you today to David, who's co-founder and CEO of Pledge. And we're going to talk about climate tech and its impact on the ongoing climate crisis. So Pledge is a software platform that helps businesses to understand and manage the climate impact of their supply chain. It also helps them to procure carbon removal offsets through a marketplace. Before Pledge, the team were amongst the earliest employees at Revolut and co-founded UK neo-broker Freetrade. They're applying their experience building businesses in highly complex and regulated industries to the carbon market with the mission to help remove gigatons of carbon from the atmosphere. Amazing. We led Pledge's seed round in September 2021, together with Chris Sacker's fund, Lower Carbon Capital, and worked closely with David and the team ever since. So David, everyone talks about sustainability and the ongoing climate crisis. We know how important it is that businesses drastically reduce their emissions, but to be honest, it feels like most companies are still lagging when it comes to taking meaningful action. Why do you think that's the case?
So it's true that a lot of businesses, especially SMEs and mid-market companies, are still lagging behind in terms of taking climate action. And the sad truth is because there's no obligation for them to do so at this point in time. When you hear or read in the press about all these upcoming regulations and so on, be it CSRD coming up in Europe by 2024, or the proposed SEC rules for climate disclosure, this is all coming up in the outer years, so there's no real urgency as of today. Another sticking point is with the majority of emissions of companies being in their supply chain, with roughly 80 to 90% for B2C companies, there's an enormous amount of resources that need to be allocated to dig that data from dozens of suppliers, which obviously deters companies to start taking action. That said, I think on the bright side, we see today that there's already a third of global market cap, which has set some form of climate targets by mid-century, in line with typically SBTi guidance. So it's trending in the right direction.
That's good to hear, but you mentioned a lot of those costs, difficulties, and constraints, which are definitely still there. And I guess that begs the question, why should sustainability actually be on the agenda for a profit-maximizing organization right now?
So simply put, because they'll eventually have to. So the earlier you start, the better off you'll be, and you can position yourself as a front runner. So it's not a question of if this shift from voluntary climate action to mandatory one will happen, but rather a question of when. And if you think about, since we spoke about fintech, another highly regulated and highly complex industry like financial services, what we saw when PSD2 and open banking regulations came about in 2018 in the UK, you saw essentially 3 stages of maturity. When the first stage, it's a bit the Wild West. Companies are staying a bit on the sideline. They don't want to take action. They see greenwashing flags everywhere. So that's probably what's happened up to today. And now we're in a phase where, while you don't have yet regulations enacted and implemented, you have best practices being developed. So you have some form of guidance, either developed by industry bodies rallying together, or governments publishing their regulation for consultation. So businesses have more confidence, and you have some forward-thinking ones who start to take action. And then the last step is when these regulations are actually enacted and implemented. So like we mentioned, CSRD or the SEC rules. And this is where you'll see consensus being reached and maturity thrive, essentially.
Yeah, so clearly, I mean, and we all understand this, I think, hopefully, at least in this room, businesses need to think about sustainability, and they have to act now to avoid fines and regulation interfering with their business practices in the future. But is there also a way that businesses can really profit from embracing sustainability and doing more than what is just needed?
So short answer, yes. While it's true that most businesses have the bias that kicking off a sustainability journey is synonym of costs. There's actually returns that can be generated over time. And to give you one example, think about a large company that has set a net zero target. This has repercussions on all their suppliers who essentially have to start abiding to certain sustainability requirements. So that means that to retain existing customers, but then also maybe participate in your RFPs and your tenders, they will have to take some form of climate action. And I think we're seeing it today in the UK, for example, with the NHS. They have a roadmap where they want over time all their suppliers to have certain sustainability targets, with the most stringent one being net zero target by 2050. We saw it at Pledge as well, where we service a lot of logistics businesses who work with large retail brands. And the reason why a lot of these logistics businesses use our tool for supply chain emission visibility is simply because their biggest clients are asking for supply chain emissions data.
That makes a lot of sense, and thank you for already pointing out that example of how you're working. Maybe a little bit more generally speaking, how does Pledge fit into this picture of the climate crisis, and how is it going to make a difference?
So we have a mission to help remove gigatons of carbon from the atmosphere and then help scale these frontier removal technologies that Polly was talking about with the Tomorrow's Fund. And so at Pledge, we help businesses ranging from logistics companies to multinationals or even carbon accountants or consultants provide granular insights on the emissions of their supply chain, as well as help them procure high-quality offsets in the simplest and fastest way possible. And the reason why we focus on supply chain and in particular transportation is most notably because it's one of the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases on the planet, responsible for about 1/5 of global emissions. And this is where the urgency will be the greatest in the coming month or year. And also, when you think about a logistics business, a travels business, the core of their offering is based on shipment data, travel data, which means that all this data is in some form or another readily available and accessible, which means that as a software business, we can have a fairly big impact quite quickly. So these were a couple of reasons.
Yeah, that's amazing, and that's exactly the reason why we're also excited to be backing you. Maybe just a last question. Given your background with Revolut, your team's background in fintech, why did you choose this vertical instead of building another fintech?
So I think at core, we love to solve big problems. And when we started the company, and I think that still applies today, we couldn't think of a bigger one. But also, the more we looked into the space, the more parallel we saw with financial services, especially with some of the companies we've helped build in payments like Revolut, or that my co-founder has established in the capital market space with free trade, where if you think about the procurement of carbon offsets today, it's a very opaque process, lots of intermediaries, and you don't really know what happens under the hood. It's still in the manual analog world, which probably was the case also for placing orders for stocks, for example, on financial markets until a couple of years ago. And so through software, we want to streamline this process, bring all this digital infrastructure to also then enable companies to maybe build portfolios of different offsets or offer them fractional access to certain offsetting products, and so on and so forth.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being with us today, David. Really appreciate it, and also really appreciate what you're doing. It's truly amazing.
Thank you.
all right. Okay, so whoever is at the back, you guys have to come up front and sit down to make us feel very comfortable here, I would say, right? So whoever is still in the back, just come up here. Sit down, it's more comfortable anyway. All right, Andrea, I would say we can just get started. So fortunately, you don't really need an introduction anymore because I think Luca did that earlier, or Rob. So I would love to really try to dig a little bit deeper into your life, both as a person, but also as an entrepreneur. I don't know if you want to separate that from each other, but you're now founder of a decacorn. You've been doing this for almost 12 years. I think you have a user base of more than 35 million users, ranging from the tiniest companies to the largest Fortune 100 companies. But you originally, when you got started, you were in Perm, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if you would agree on calling it in the middle of nowhere. So how was it back then? How did you get started?
Hi everyone again. Great to have this conversation going. I started around 12 years ago in the middle of nowhere, as you say, and I had a digital creative agency before, and I learned from one of my friends that there are scalable, repeatable business models out there. I thought, like, wow, that sounds fun, because I was doing creative stuff, and creative stuff, every time you do it from scratch, and especially if it's creative agency, you have customer, you have 5 voices in the customer, and you need to rework a lot of stuff. And when I learned that there is a repeatable, scalable business model, I thought, wow, that's great. And you can create something once, you can sell it to many people, and you can sell it every month, actually, to the same number of people. And that was just wow, and I thought, great, I need to think what I can do around that. And we started to explore different things, and yeah, somehow we got to where we are today. But what I think brought us to where we are today is several things. First, it's customer obsession. So we did a bunch of pivots or micro pivots along the way around the patterns of what people really use us for, and around the kind of customer segments, around the personas and jobs to be done, whatever you call it. But there are a lot of signals that you get through the usage, and you adjust your story to that. That one thing. The second thing is curiosity and trying to reverse engineer kind of bigger stories. So in 2014, I remember when Slack was just released and Zoom had kind of first steps on the market, I thought that's kind of an interesting approach. So Zoom is a video communication platform. Slack is a messaging platform. Can we build something that will be a visual collaboration platform for all knowledge workers in the company? And I thought that might be a real thing. And we started to build it. And at that time, there were all this diagramming, wireframing, mind mapping tools. And they were all focused on individual usage. And I thought, why not to have one unified platform with all of those things as features, which will be focused on team and cross-team collaboration. And with that kind of vision, we start to execute toward that. And yeah, that's how it evolved.
And back then, that was the company wasn't called Miro; it was Real-Time
Board. Yeah.
And why did you change the name?
I mean, as you say, we started a company in the middle of nowhere. We didn't have any money, and we were not native speakers, and we were not that creative in terms of how to name the company. And when we built the initial version of Real-Time Board, we had to ship it and put on a website, and we just went to GoDaddy and start to search for names that kind of somehow describe what we do. And there were a bunch of better names, but this one was $10. So we bought the $10 domain with the idea that if it works, we will change it one day. And I remember we shipped it in 2012, and I was living under that kind of one-day thing, one-day promise for 7 years. And yeah, in 2018, I hired my first CMO, and during onboarding period, like I don't remember, it was second or third week, when we were kind of checking in how her onboarding goes, I asked her, like, what do you think? What should be our priorities for a company? And she said, I think we need to change the name. I was like, wow, that's kind of a great starting point, because that was my kind of legacy that I wanted to change. And she said, like, I actually wanted to tell you this about my offer being issued. But I thought maybe I should not. Maybe it will not work well. But I said, like, that's exactly what I'd like. And we changed it in 6 months. And I was lucky to kind of come up with a Miro name. And I mean, like, we hired a creative agency. Yeah, I think the brand that we have today and the brand that we are planning to scale, I think it's way more powerful than real-time board. I mean, it's aspirational. Like, our mission to empower teams to create the next big thing. And I see every user, like myself, yourself, everyone here, who are not designers, who are not artists, as artists. Because what we build a canvas. And everyone is a little bit of an artist. And we want everyone to realize their potential through interacting with the canvas. Not doing boring stuff like, I don't know, business process design or user story mapping. I want us to realize ourselves, and this is what we give. We give a canvas that you realize, and Miro is famous Spanish artist, like for those who know, and that where we were inspired.
And talking about being an artist, what type of leadership artist are you? What's your style?
Oh, that's a great question. Like, it's hard to say. I mean, it's better to ask the people who work with me, but I'm trying to expand my toolbox as much as possible. I think there are different stages of the company. There are different life cycle stages. There are peace times and war times, and you have to be a bit of an artist, and like it's a bit of mix of art and science, how you operate, and you have different people who work with you, and with some people you need one approach, with other approach. So I'm trying to kind of adjust my style as well as expand my toolbox as much as possible to the realities I'm in. And I think I'm more a command and control guy, historically. But then, like 5 years ago, I met an executive coach who explained me that the toolbox can be broader. And we start to learn other things, and he started to kind of show me my blind spots, show me the ways how I can achieve even more, actually, with some other approaches. And it actually works really magical. I mean, like, yeah.
What would you say are your blind spots?
What were my blind spots?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know what are my current blind spots, of course. That's why they're blind spots. But I know what were a few of them. Before that, I realized one of them was pretty interesting. And like, it might sound funny, but it's actually not if you realize that's a blind spot. So I think that, like, I'm operate with the best intent possible, like to people around myself, to kind of investors, shareholders, partners, whoever. But the problem is that my intent is not kind of clear for a lot of people. And I learned that there is a kind of your intent and your message, then there is a way how people perceive it, and then there is a reality distortion field in the middle. So, and it all breaks somewhere there. So you need to be very clear, not just about what to do, but also why to do, and what's the intent behind that, and what's the outcome. Because I'm not a guy who is doing kind of nice decisions. I'm not a guy who's trying to satisfy everyone. I'm trying to be the guy who is making the right decisions. And it's hard to assess what is right, what is not, but you have some principles, you have some long-term objectives, you have some trade-offs, and I'm trying to pick up what is right, but in the short term, for a lot of people, it may be not obvious, especially if you're not clearly communicate that. So, and that's kind of one of the blind spots I had, and then I realized, even with my very close initial team, I realized that when I had 30 people team in the company, I realized that even those people who work with me for like years, like 5 years, 4 years, they actually don't understand fully my intents and like my approach and so on. And they gave me a lot of this feedback, like this shit sandwich, but without bands on top and the bottom. And I realized, wow, I thought I built a lot of trust. I thought I built a lot of relations. No one left the company so far. I think I'm doing great, but realistically, people were frustrated with so many things when I was not clear about the intent and why and so on. That's just one example, but I mean, I can go a long way.
I know there are lots of entrepreneurs in the audience. I shouldn't turn this completely into a leadership lesson together with you, but yeah, it is one of my most favorite topics. So at least one more question in this regard. I read somewhere that your dad played a very important role in kind of shaping you as an entrepreneur. Can you explain how you meant that?
Yeah, I mean, my father had a very small printing saloon, like 3-4 people printing saloon, and there are a couple things that I remember that really impacted myself. First, he was not at home all the time, and I was like, what he is doing? He was serving customers. He was really working hard to serve customers, to deliver best quality possible. So he was really obsessed. He was really passionate about customers and the way how he treated them. Like even on the weekend, he was going to this saloon and doing a lot of stuff. That was one thing. And another thing that I remember was when I was at high school and I got some problems because we kind of were a little bit more, we drink a little bit more than we need and got to school back. My father took me out of school and they were considering like what to do with me, like should they keep me in school or should they kick me out? And he said, I don't know where it will land, but next 7 days you have to come to my print saloon and open CorelDRAW, Photoshop and whatever, and kind of really work hard to kind of pay that, whatever, debt of my kind of behavior. And that was kind of, it's a good punishment, I would say. So it's just, and I worked hard. I was, of course, without payment to pay back that debt. So it was pretty fun. I don't know, like there are a lot of things that my father kind of helped me to navigate. But I mean, navigate mentally, because one of the things that even 3 or 4 years ago, I remember we were sitting together and he was saying like, how those your friends, idiots who gave you first money feel now? Did they lost the money? I like, Dad, like we're growing, we're doing a great job, we're opening 5th office in another country. And I was like, no, I still don't believe you're doing something real. Like, and like, okay. And like a year or 2 ago, he just, I think you did something good. Like I was like, okay, you know, maybe that thing was also helpful because he continuously challenged me in a way. So I think it's pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's some good, very early leadership lessons for you. Switching to the business for a second. Initially, I already said that Miro has such a fascination because it really is one of those rare tools. I said it before, more than 35 million users, that is being used with tiny one-person companies, but also with 99% out of the Fortune 100. How do you do that product-wise?
Yeah, so share all secret sources or just one? Okay, all of them, okay. So yeah, I think that it's all about who is your user, who is your customer. And it's interesting because you say Fortune 100 customers and then you say one single user. But really what we optimized for historically is a team use. It's in the middle. So the team is a group of people who have a shared goal and who need to collaborate toward that shared goal. And that's what we were optimizing for. Because even if you're a small startup, it's one team. If you're a big enterprise, it's a combination of those teams. It's like hundreds or thousands of those teams. It doesn't matter. What matters is that collaboration that happened within the team. And that's what we optimized for historically. We picked that kind of persona, which is weird because it's not designer, it's not a product manager, it's not an engineer, it's not a marketer, it's not anyone. It's like you pick up a team as a persona and you optimize for the collaboration of the team and the loops that are created within the team. That's one of those. Like, but I can share more about my dad if you want.
I wouldn't mind, but I mean, maybe this is related to either or, up to you. But what's a lesson that you learned the hard way?
One? I mean, it's every day. Yeah, I mean, self-awareness is a big thing. I mean, understanding how you impact other people around you is huge. I'm in the very beginning of that journey in terms of understanding how I impact people. Both good or bad, like energize or piss them off. But I think it's a huge thing, and if you understand the power of that, you can really create big impact, or you can kind of crash things around yourself, like just unintentionally. So that's one. I think in terms of leadership, like we've been through multiple stages of the company development. We've been through the stage where we completely rewrote the product, and it took us a few years. We've been through the stage when it was hard to fundraise our seed money. We've been through the stage of when Excel, Luciana actually, who was speaking today, kind of tried to convince me to take money from Excel, and I was like, you know what, maybe let's wait 6 months or so. And then, of course, I was like, wow, that's a real thing. It's like, I've been through that stage when, you know, and then I've been through the stage of hypergrowth. What's important through all of those stages, and I think I'm now actually in a very interesting new stage of redesigning, redeveloping the company in a way how the world will operate post-pandemic. So, but the point is that, like, on all these different stages, you need people with who you can crash it. And this is kind of your leadership team. This is your peers team. And I think that one of the hardest lessons I learned so far is you need to bring the right people for the right time, help them also to grow, develop themselves as much as possible. But if things are not growing in a way as you need for a company, you need to bring other people. So, and for me, I understand that kind of I'm the ceiling for my company. If I'm not developing, my company would not develop. And the same for my leadership team. So, and I don't want to cap my company growth by myself or my leadership team. And that's a pretty big lesson. Like, make sure that there are right people at the right time, and make sure you're thinking a couple steps ahead on where and who you need, and help your team to develop, or like try to find those who will make a difference.
And how does your life look like these days? You live in Amsterdam?
Yeah.
Why Amsterdam?
Just love it. And we opened office in 2017 there. I moved 2019. We were thinking like to stay in the US or be in Amsterdam. And Amsterdam is way convenient from time zones in terms of where our team's located. And yeah, I decided to stay there, and we love it as a city. It's just such a cool city. Yeah, I mean, Berlin is also great. We have a big team here. Yeah, we have a big team here. Like, we have an amazing office. Like, our core product experience is built out of Berlin, which is great. So, but yeah, I love Amsterdam. And then how my life looks like. I mean, I'm passionate about products. I love to kind of look at products, speak with founders, build product myself, and of course I have another job of CEO, and that's we can skip that part of my life. And yeah, I have a wonderful daughter and wife, and love to travel. Nothing more beyond that.
And how much actual product work and customer work do you do these days?
I try to bring insight, and I'm trying to bring perspective that might be kind of additional to what team is thinking about. So I don't do kind of product craft myself, of course, and then we have a very strong team. But I think I have some angle that I see things from, and I find it kind of additional, like adjacent to what I see teams looking at, and my role is to, in some cases, challenge kind of the solutions in a good way. In other cases, just to give a perspective on how I think like multi-step journey, and then allow team to figure out what's the best path, or is it the right problem, or is it the wrong problem. So I'm stronger on the kind of product design and strategy side of the house, and I'm trying to bring that strength to the organization where people appreciate it, and where people think they are better than me, they can fail or do a great job. Like, I will be very happy. But we have some. It's interesting because, you know, a lot of people come to the company and say like, oh, we are product managers, we know what to do. I was like, great, like you just 1 month in a company, first time in a productivity space. We did it 10 years, and then like after 3-6 months, people start to realize maybe, and then there is this guy who is the CEO, and his job is whatever is the job of the CEO. And like, I'm a product guy, and I love to build products, to think products. I'm using a lot of products. I'm playing with the products every day, with the new products and so on. And I love to kind of help, and I like to contribute. But yeah, I think this is kind of what describes me. As I'm less of a regular manager.
Yeah, it's great to hear, and I think that's actually also might be one of your keys to success at Miro, that you're not just a CEO, but you as the one who is at the top of the company, you are a product guy. You are probably one of the world's best product persons. So
I'm definitely not the best in the company. I have my angle.
Last question. What's your vision for Miro?
If we talk about my personality, I'm under promise, over deliver type of person. So I think that the vision, once it's ready, you guys will touch it, and we will talk about that. I think that I can give you a broad version of that. It's like, we try to build a durable, sustainable company. We try to build a generational company. We try to build a company that transforms how people co-create and collaborate. We're building the biggest out of Europe productivity collaboration company. We're building the company where entrepreneurship energy can thrive. Like, we start to do M&As and bring a lot of great people to the company. And we want to build a company where this entrepreneurship energy can thrive. We are building the company that we think will solve the problems that will kind of expand 3-5 years from now. So we're not trying to solve like today's problems. Like, of course, we are catching up on some things that are not fixed. For example, one of the things we're building now is like all the agile ceremonies, agile rituals that happen in all different companies. They are not well structured. There is no software, and we're supporting those workflows now. And you will see more of releases coming out of Miro. We are supporting this functionality for workshopping, the new era of workshopping that is now where all people are in a hybrid setting. But these are the existing problems. Also try to think like a few years ahead and think what are the problems of the future, and try to start kind of do small steps toward them. But yeah, again, like I don't like to talk about things. I like to ship them, get to the product market fit, make sure they solve problems, and then we can retrospectively talk about how they appeared.
Yeah, so we'll leave that for next year's Unplugged. Andrei, thank you so much for sharing all those very personal insights on you, on your leadership style, on building a company, and what a company. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hello? Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys are feeling as energized as me after the amazing people that we've met today and the incredible conversations that we've been having all afternoon. I'm Sahar Meghani, and I am a partner at Visionaries Club. I am based in London, and I lead our growth investing activities across Europe. As you know, at Visionaries Club, we are all about the founders that we support. It is literally the reason that we wake up and power up our laptops every morning. And so when I was asked to introduce this panel, I was absolutely thrilled. With me here on stage, we have founders from both our growth and seed portfolio who inspire us every day. They've traveled from all over to be with us today, and what a treat it is to be able to listen to you all live talking to us about your businesses. These represent some of the best and most exciting companies in Europe. It's a real privilege to work alongside you every day. Thank you for taking us on your journey with us, and we are really excited to hear about all your businesses that are going to change the world for the better. We admire you, we constantly learn from you, and it's because of you that we exist. So without further ado, we'd like to introduce our first speaker, Koen, who is on a mission to modernize and reinvent insurance for SMEs with Insify. Over to you.
Great. Sound work. So thinking about entrepreneurship, I know everybody here are big fans of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is all about taking risk. With Insify, we allow entrepreneurs to reduce their risk using our insurance platform. Fortunately, I don't need to dwell on the experience within insurance. As an entrepreneur, I founded a company before and went through the hassle of signing up. I had an agent visiting my office, an intermediary, who under the pretext of advice sold insurance. The process was horrible. It took over 2 months to get signed up. And when push came to shove, 3 years later, we didn't have the coverage we expected. And that led me onto a mission to disrupt the space. I realized I wasn't alone. Talking to my friends, many of whom are entrepreneurs, I realized none of them enjoyed their insurance. And they weren't alone either. About 2.5 million people start a new business every year in Europe, and all of them have to go through the same horrible insurance experience. So what we do is plain and simple. We've created an insurance that is simple, fast, and fair. And typically, when I get to this point, investors will ask me, that is all great, a lot of customer value, but what about your economics? Actually, fortunately for us, they're better. Lower loss ratios and better customer economics. And the secret behind that is that we've automated all customer journeys, which is quite obvious. But what happens if you do that is, one, you lower your overhead, which is super important in insurance. But more important is you generate a shit ton of data. That data we use to price. Not just one-off, which traditional insurers do, but we price on a continuous basis. Because the company that we insure today is not the company we are covering 7 years from now. We've been able to do so because we've created our own tech platform on one hand, but on the other hand, we've also reinvented the insurance product. We've worked with some of the largest reinsurers globally to redefine what insurance should look like. And the combination is surprisingly powerful. And I'll give you one example of that. So it has an unexpected effect on our loss ratios. 6 weeks ago, one of our customers handed in a massive claim, a claim for 100,000 euros. For us, this would have been a big loss. But looking up the customer through our claims algorithm, it was flagged as a customer that would be highly likely to commit fraud. As such, we investigated the claim and we were able to reject it outright. Of course, this is not why I embarked on this insurance journey. Our customers, our loyal customers, should be having a completely different claims experience. But for those of our customers that commit fraud, of course, there's no place. And fraud is a massive issue in the insurance sector. the platform we created is actually quite scalable, and that's surprising for insurance. Insurance traditionally doesn't scale well across borders, but with our tech platform, combined with working directly with reinsurers, we get to something that is actually scalable. So we've started out in the Netherlands, but by the end of this year, we'll already be able to reach about 30% of Europe's entrepreneurs. And what we see happening, and this is a bit surprising to us as well, whereas we started out helping entrepreneurs who came to us with the question, what if something happens to me? Sorry, what if something happens to my business? They're now also coming to us for questions like, what if something happens to me? What if I'm unable to work? Or if nothing happens to my business and nothing happens to me and I retire in 10 to 15 years from now, then what? And all of these items are massive insurance opportunities, massive markets that we are catering to. I realize in the audience there are quite a few entrepreneurs as well who cater to the same demographic and who are looking to make the lives of entrepreneurs a lot easier. I'm very keen to get in touch actually to compare notes and see where we can partner.
Thank you so much, Koen. Next up, we have Rudy from Tactic, who's making it faster and more efficient for companies to make data their competitive advantage.
Hello. Thank you, Sahar. Hi, my name is Rudy. I'm the co-founder of Tactic. So a few years ago, I was running sales and marketing at a startup. So one of the tasks I was given was to build a list of target companies where the CEO of these companies have talked about artificial intelligence on some news in the last 3 months. So there was a very specific request. Nobody had that data, so I had to build that out one by one. So about 3 companies in, I thought it was very stupid and very slow, so I automated this process, and the first version of Tactic was born. So we took this to our first customer, and they thought it was great, but what they wanted was companies where the CFO talked about digital transformation, and also if they've taken on a specific loan. So that was 2 data points. A lot of internet data and natural language processing later, we upgraded Tactic, and we're able to do that as well. Our next customer was a lot more ambitious. They asked for 30 data points on things like payment methods, new customer launches, and new products. They wanted this in 7 different markets, over hundreds of thousands of companies, 3 languages, and our software had to do it in 3 weeks. I was like, how hard could it be? So Jack and I went out and upgraded our software to do that as well. Right as we were figuring all of this out, the market became a lot more competitive. New startups launched every day, and there were few opportunities for everybody. Forward-thinking companies realized that the right data at the right time is the best competitive advantage they can have in a challenging market. However, coming up with this data and managing it is extremely time, people, and money intensive. So, how does Tactic solve this problem? Here's the customer story. There was a 500-person B2B startup who was struggling with their data. Their sales team didn't trust any of their data. Everybody was going after their own targets, and there was no control or consistency. The marketing team had many different tools to generate audiences and build campaigns, and sometimes it took maybe 10 people to build one single audience list. There are about 6 different data tools floating around, whether it's official ones or unofficial ones, and none of that data made it back to the CRM. They partnered with Tactic to solve this problem. The first thing we did was we mapped out all of the data that they were getting into their system, so all the data points that enabled targeting and messaging for different markets. We looked at the 6 different data tools and the data they produced and created a big spreadsheet of data needs that they have. Using Tactic's data marketplace, we then consolidated all these tools and replaced it with our platform. Now, they have one place to generate high-fit targets for both sales and marketing. The new targets were much higher quality and we produced a 79% increase in deal size. The next thing we looked at was how this company targeted their accounts. They had a big emphasis on personalization, and the team spent a lot of time manually finding people and initiatives to go after. Using our index of the internet and Tactic's people database, we created automated reports that summarized just the right information and integrated that back into Salesforce so that they saved time and money in things like ABM, demand gen, and outbound. With this, we were able to raise their pipeline efficiency by 40%. After a few quarters of performance, we were able to close the feedback loop with Tactic's closed-won analysis. So what happened was we took about 1,000 deals that they have won or lost, and we figured out what data points correlated with wins, like them having a digital transformation initiative, them launching a new product, and so forth, and we removed the data points that didn't matter. We then took that back to our targeting step so that we can have better audiences, better territories, better upsell targets, and better campaigns. And that's how Tactic makes data your competitive advantage. My name is Rudy. Come talk to me about Tactic. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rudy. I'd like to invite Edward, who, fun fact, was my classmate at grad school. He and his team at 2 are on a mission to fix B-commerce with buy now, pay later for B2B.
That's right. Thanks, Sahar. The world has a real problem right now. I don't need to tell anyone in this room that the economy is in trouble. What certainly is needed right now are visionaries, people who are willing to double down and invest at a time when especially small and medium-sized enterprises are struggling. If you add up the working capital that represents goods and services that have been lent by merchants to their buyers, just by virtue, as a means for them simply to be able to transact with those buyers, aggregate that up in any given jurisdiction, that sum of money will exceed the value or the balance sheet of the largest bank in any of those countries. That money earns no interest, it is repaid, often delayed, and it creates enormous risks that a merchant just has to undertake because they don't have a better option, especially if they want to sell online. All that money adds up to an EU report that came out a couple of years back, 6.5 million jobs, abortive jobs that should have been brought into the economy but haven't been, simply because the money that could have been spent in order to bring those jobs to bear is tied up in loans to merchants' buyers. Now, I think we're doing something right, because one of our merchants had 20 employees when they started with us, and just with the money that we were able to unlock that was previously tied up with their buyers, they've hired 70 new people. How do they do it? How do we do it? Well, we're the world's first pure B2B online payment method. When you get to check out with us, or indeed when you register for a trade account, or even offline via, for example, a telephone order, we offer credit to a company, not to the individual, not to the employee, but to the company. We credit check the company. If that company has credit, we approve, and the credit is sufficient for the order in question, we approve it instantaneously. There's no further approvals required. Verification is extremely light. Anyone in the company, in the buyer's company, can make a purchase, not just the MD or whoever it is that happens to have the corporate credit card or debit card, if they even have a credit card, which is extremely uncommon in the EU. Our mission, to increase the global GDP by releasing that 20 trillion back into the market and allowing merchants to invest it as they should. So the merchants that go for us for a handful of reasons. The first is they're moving online. And if you move online and you want to sell big ticket items as B-commerce merchants do, you need a payment method that can handle that. Most companies do not have 20 or 30,000 euros in credit on a credit card or in a cash balance. We can offer that to them as long as the company is creditworthy. We manage credit and fraud risk for our merchants, a major hassle. The way that our merchants, before we came along, would handle this is via extremely tedious manual checks. And I don't need to tell anyone in this room that if you want to sell online, every click, every page load, every keystroke you demand of a buyer costs you sales. We save our merchants manual work. They don't necessarily any longer need a credit department or an accounts receivables department. They can take those resources and apply them to something far more productive. And then finally, we free them up from having this growth trap that is represented by the working capital that is tied up in unproductive uses like funding your buyers' purchases. And as I say, we're doing something right, because wherever we deploy across our entire portfolio, we rapidly get to the majority share of wallet. It comes partly at the expense of cards, which is a zero-sum game, but partly also by abandoned baskets. We kill them. And we have excellent retention, and when our buyers come in to our merchants, they keep coming back for more. So that's two. You can call me anytime. My name's Ed Brandler. It was a pleasure to chat.
Thanks so much, Ed. It's my pleasure now to introduce Philippe, who is completely rethinking and reinventing how medium and large enterprises think about spend with Yokoi.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Is it working?
You can take mine.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I'm an accountant. I'm Phil, and I don't have slides. We don't do slides in accounting, I guess. No, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Yokoi. I'm truly an accountant. That's not even a joke. And if you think of a global company processing one single invoice, this is kind of like a taxi receipt invoice. It costs a global organization more than 20 euros just processing one single invoice, and even more for a receipt. And an invoice typically touches more than 10 people, from coming in all the way to the correct booking, archiving, and VAT reclaim, all the stuff you do at the end as well. So what we set out for was to make sure that we're not automating 100% of all invoices, accounts payable processes, because that is not possible, especially not in the enterprise segment of customers. What we have been doing is we're leveraging AI, I mean, not as a buzzword, but we're leveraging AI truly, to make sure that we're building a database with receipt formats and information based on receipt handling, what receipt, what invoice was rejected, how often was it sent back and forth, to make sure that we can leverage those data on an anonymized basis for our customers to automate up to 80 or even more % of their invoices and receipts. And if you imagine 80%, that's actually quite a lot, because our customers in the enterprise space, they have thousands, if not millions, of receipts and invoices coming in every year. And if you can automate up to 80%, that means that 80% are not being touched one single time by a human. They're coming in, and they're being fully automatically processed to the end. And the end, as an accountant, is to correct accounting booking in the ERP system, including archiving and all the related processes. So the AI part is truly the core, and at the end also the reason how or why a customer or an enterprise can trust Yokoi. I mean, you want to look at the right ones still manually. These are the outliers, the exceptions. Actually, there are invoices out there that are just simply wrong, and you want to make sure that they are still looked at manually. But there are so many recurring invoices. I mean, companies typically buy from the same suppliers. They typically look the same, or they might change from time to time. But that's the stuff that still creates most of the manual and repetitive work out there. And it gets even more complex if it's paid by a card. Because if you pay with a credit card, debit card, and then the invoice comes in, what you have to do additionally is you also have to match the transaction with the invoice to make sure that all the transactions at the end of the month or year have an appropriate invoice attached to it. So it actually gets quite complex even if you go more into the travel space. If there is a business trip being done, you need to make sure that regardless whether the flight was canceled or so on, in the accounting department, it is correctly booked and correctly paid at the end. I mean, the most important thing is, even though we built it kind of for the finance team, I guess, with a slight bias, Yokoi is truly there to make the lives easier, not only of the finance teams, but of everyone involved in the entire accounts payable process. And accounts payable is truly invoice, expense, and card payments. And it typically starts with you being on a business trip and having expenses. It goes all the way to the approval flow, to the correct checks in the finance team, all the way to correct booking and the payment. So Yokoi is truly putting accounts payable on autopilot, but that for enterprise-level customers. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Phil. I'd like to welcome on stage Yvonne, whose GTM Hub is helping companies achieve their purpose and mission with their leading OKR software.
Thank you, Sarah. Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan Osmak, and I'm the CEO of GTM Hub. GTM Hub started as a OKR software, and then slowly, over the years, evolved into something that I would say McKinsey and Deloitte would call strategy execution. But the question is, what's the problem with strategy execution? And I'll defer to one of the great thinkers of our generation. Basically, the problem with strategy execution is that regardless of what the plan is, it's not going to go right. In a very, very basic form, what we think is that data-informed strategy, so you have some data, and then you come up with some plan. The moment you start executing is that impacts the data, and it goes back to the strategy, right? So the challenge is how to make this feedback loop as short and as quick as possible. So it doesn't take 1 year, it doesn't take 1 quarter, but perhaps 1 week or 1 month. In a bit more detailed way, this means that you start with defining your strategy, then you align it, get people to buy into it, and start executing on this. Then you track it, make sure that it's going well or not well. And depending on what happens, you adjust. Now, this is very, very simple, but it's not easy without GTM Hub. So we spent quite a few years building solutions that allow you to define the strategy, align it for very large organizations, track it in real time, and adjust. Some of the key technologies that, if you're familiar with OKRs, you may think, why is that an important thing? Because you can do it in Google Slides or you can do it in any notes. It's real-time collaboration, so we are all working either remotely or partially remotely in different time zones. So we allow you to work in real time, collaborate. The second thing is automation. We have automated the whole process now, and basically all the OKRs and all the execution is constantly being tracked by connecting to over 170 data sources. Recently, this year, we have acquired another company that builds onto our vision, and that gave us two critical capabilities. And one is to predict, which means that we are tracking thousands of metrics in a company. What we can do now, we can identify which are the leading metrics and which are the lagging metrics or indicators or inputs and outputs, whatever you want to say, as well as anomaly detection, meaning that when something goes wrong, you don't wait for the end of the quarter, we actually tell you this in real time. So we are now about 400 people, have about 1,300 customers all over the world. And then Polly asked me to tell you what we learned over the last 7 years. So I never really thought about that, but put it here anyway. First one, it takes a long time, way more than we expected. Second, is something that we, at GTM Hub, we call Be Barbaric. I think that VC-backed startups are very weird kind of breed where we are all touchy-feely and we are all friends. But at the end of the day, we just want to kill everyone, right? So it took us maybe 2-3 years to stop being so friendly to everyone. The third one is, this is something that we actually learned this year, and it's basically every time we fix something, that very same day, it starts getting broken. So there's entropy, right? So we've been fixing things over and over, and I don't know if there is a way to solve it, but one way to do it is just to keep fixing, right? Another, I think, would be, another interesting thing that we figure out is that when we started, we thought that basically companies go in a linear fashion. So you get a bit bigger, there is a bit more people. But really what happens is every year to year and a half, it becomes a completely different company. So you have to rethink the whole thing from the beginning. The next one is overpay, if you have money, obviously. I think that in the beginning we were trying maybe to be a bit too prudent with money. It's better to have, the lesson is basically it's much better to have less people that you pay a ton of money than to have a ton of people that you pay little money. And then number 6, it's kind of, I think it's probably true for everyone, but for us it was really true. When we started, literally no one knew what was OKRs. People kept telling us we're crazy. And then one day we weren't crazy anymore because Microsoft entered the market, right? Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Next, last but not least, we have Sebastian from Hakuna, who is providing product protection as a service embedded directly into checkout processes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm Sebastian, and I will present to you Hakuna today. Let me start off by asking you this question, right? Who of you has experienced a broken phone that looks just like the one on the left-hand side, a broken bike? I'm sure everyone in Berlin can relate to that. This happens to many of us every day, and that's exactly what Hakuna is doing. We insure and protect your valuable goods, right? Be it against technical defects, against drop, against theft and robbery. We're here to insure it. Product protection is actually a concept that has been around for many years and decades, right? So whether you buy a washing machine at Amazon, you can insure it, or you go, for example, to an offline retailer for bikes, they will have a protection there. So where's the problem? The problem is it's a privilege for only the top 1% of the merchants, and we as a founding team know it from our time from Allianz that you need to bring at least €1 billion in annual revenue to be able to talk to Allianz about product protection, right? So that's not fair in our opinion, because the other 99%, they could benefit also from product protection, namely conversion rate uplifts, from revenue shares that you get for every policy that basically trickle down to your bottom line directly and boost your EBITDA, or just to simply differentiate from competitors, right? So we want to make product protection accessible for these remaining 99%. So think of it as an Apple Care, but for any kind of product. It's not only electronics, it can be a lawnmower, it can be watches and jewelry, it can be your Peloton bike, any kind of product, any kind of merchant, right? I don't care if you do 50 million in annual revenues or 500 million, you can be our customer, and any kind of channel. So you can be online or you can be an offline retailer. I don't care, you can get product protection. How do we do it? There's 3 main pillars, right, that are important. The first one is a fast and easy to integrate API. That's literally plug and play and can be integrated within days. The second thing is we leverage data that we get from the merchants to really do our own risk modeling that is dynamic rather than the static risk models that you know from the Allianzes of this world. And last but not least, automated claims. So we know that it takes literally 10, 20 days to settle a claim with an incumbent, while at the same time you can do it fully digitalized and highly automated for the majority of the cases. And that's exactly what we do. How does it look like? And let me see if that works. So this is how it looks like in reality, right? You can see here nicely embedded, right above the call to action, add to basket, our nice little snippet, right? So it's natively embedded. It doesn't feel like a third-party enemy. It's literally in the look and feel of the merchant. You can see it here, it's the full protection, so it includes technical defects, it includes the robbery and theft protection for watches. And does it work? It should work. So you have the little eye on the right-hand side where you can find further information. There's a little pitch to it that gives you also all of the contract details, the terms and conditions of the insurance, and you can add that to your basket, and everything will be checked out at the merchant's page, right? So there's no click out, no re-entering of the data. Everything you already enter at the merchant's page will be leveraged, and you check out the watch together with our insurance product. So very seamless for the consumer and very convenient for our merchant. If you're interested, please come and talk to us, and we'll make sure to also make your customers happy with product protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So this brings us to the end of our lineup for this panel. I hope you get a sense of why we're so excited to partner with these founders. It's a true privilege. They are leaders in their field, and we are lucky to be a part of your journey. Thank you so much.
Wenn ihr wollt, könnt ihr schon hinsetzen.
Ja. Dahin?
Ja. All right. We have another super exciting fireside chat. This time we actually took the liberty to, after a long day, we said, okay, our voices are almost dying down, so we'll just have these guys interview each other. This is going to be about pretty much the future of mobility and how do you actually transform city mobility. And we have probably two of the best experts to talk about this. Thomas, founder of Vey, who's a portfolio company of Visionaries, and actually I think one of my very first angel investments back in the day, when there was no, no Visionaries yet. And then Lawrence, founder of Tier. And you guys all know Tier. I guess many of you came here with a Tier. They're all over the place. So I think you definitely have a word to say when it comes to mobility. And Thomas is actually working on something super exciting because, yeah, Thomas is really trying to redefine how cars are being driven, because right now, we are still driving them like this. Thomas is working on a remote driving solution, but I don't want to give away too much. So big round of applause for you two. And
One more thing, sorry, before I almost forgot. We will actually skip the break afterwards. So Mario Götze, in conversation with Harry Stebbings, will happen right after this. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Polly, for this very nice introduction. We're super excited to be here today to talk to you about the future mobility in cities. And I think we both share similar feelings and emotions about how big this problem is for us as a society. If you look at accidents that happen every day on our streets, if you look about all these cars polluting and taking away a lot of space in our cities, and then, you know, if you walk outside, you know, the city is clogged by cars, right? And we will, like as Polly said, we actually use cars, but not the ones that are standing around. And this is what Lawrence and myself, I think, are really passionate about. How can we solve these big problems for us as a society? And how can we use technology and other means to actually solve that? So thanks for joining this discussion and yeah, chatting with us about what we can really do together to solve these big problems in transportation. My name is Thomas. I'm one of the 3 co-founders and the CEO of Way. Way, by the way, is how Germans pronounce way. So this way or this way, this is how this company got named after. And what we want to do is a different approach to autonomous driving by actually not doing autonomous driving, but remote controlling cars. Right? So you can envision a remote driver that we call a teledriver, who just as a driver in the car can steer a vehicle, sees the vehicle in front of him or herself on a display, has a driver, a steering wheel in front of him or her, and braking and pedal, and can drive a vehicle from hundreds of kilometers away. And that technology allows for various different things, including a complete new mobility service that we're very excited about to launch very soon, which is that you download the Way app, whether you're in Berlin, Hamburg, Los Angeles, Paris, wherever you are, you click a button and an electric vehicle comes to you teledriven through one of our teledrivers. Then the customer gets behind the steering wheel and the teledriver, you know, teleports somewhere else and does something else. You get to the destination, so the customer drives him or herself to the destination in front of the airport, exactly the gate in front of the office, and then just gets out. And then another teledriver comes back and parks the vehicle for you. So for you as a customer, it's a door-to-door mobility solution with electric vehicles that, that is a big advantage over what we have today. But I'm happy to talk more about that with Lawrence on how we think that fits into the mobility mix that, in our opinion, or my opinion, I'm sure Lawrence, you'll speak to yours in a second, is so needed for our cities. So that's our background. We're about 160 people, headquartered here in Berlin, raised slightly over $100 million, and are on the verge of launching the first vehicles on European streets with no person inside, because that person is remotely. So great to be here. Lawrence, what do you do?
Thank you, Thomas. So my name is Lawrence. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tier Mobility. My background is I've always been an entrepreneur. I always cared about the environment. Started taking returns of my dad's warehouse when I was 9. Then I built a company called Rebuy. You might know about it. And after that, I was building Tier. This is about 4 years ago. We're now 4,000 people in 500 cities with over 300,000 vehicles. And our mission is to change mobility for good. That means we want to change the way that people move in cities. So some key facts about urban mobility. 2021, last year, 23,000 kids got hit by a car in Germany only. It's the main contributor of air pollution in our cities. And the third point is that we are looking at a 25% of CO2 emissions in our cities caused by cars. So it's a massive, massive opportunity, but also it's a transformation that we as sustainable mobility companies need to go through. And today, it's the first time that I'm also interviewing, and you interviewing me. So I'll try to make it a bit interactive. So, Thomas, if you look at transformation in this industry of mobility, I came to the conclusion that there are three things that need to happen pretty much at the same time. The first one is you need to have innovation. You need to have innovation like Thomas is building. That's groundbreaking technology. Second, you need education. You need to educate customers. You need to win them. You need to educate the society about the opportunity to use a car while nobody's in there. And the third one is regulation. So if the regulators don't give us the chance to operate in a city or use your technology, then there is no business. So from innovation, education, and regulation, what is for you the biggest challenge that you have been come across the last 4 years?
I don't know if anyone noticed, I just wanted to point out one fact that I always find interesting because somehow it gets not discussed that much, which is pollution. I just want to double check because you said this in a few sentences, or like in one side sentence, that pollution is such a big problem as a health problem in our cities. And I still find it interesting for me personally, and I'm not sure if people are aware how many people die actually of pollutions because we use petrol cars, right, in metropolitan areas, and
7 million.
It's really
per year.
It's insane. It's more than car crashes, and when people talk about sustainability and safety on hitting people forget about pollution, right? Local pollution, one has to say. And I just wanted to point out, because you just mentioned the side sentence, I always find it very interesting to remind myself of that. So to your question, what do I think is most challenging? I think for us as a company, we've went through quite some different parts, and what we're building is deep tech, but also a mobility service that then has to get launched for the first time on public streets where we need a regulatory support. So for us, it's actually, I would say, one and three together, because building a technology company is obviously challenging, super exciting. Like what we're building hasn't been done before, right? There's no university classes. You can do that for autonomous driving. You can do that, right? But teledriving, right, with all the network stack, the safety mechanisms, maybe assisted teledriving.
It's not like a copycat like scooter companies, right?
It's not. It is not. And so that's super exciting, right? And I feel fortunate to together with my great team to really work on that. But that can also be challenging, right? Every time I talk to inspiring entrepreneurs or people who want to join early stage startup, which I would highly recommend doing, right? Because you can learn so much and it's very exciting. But the challenge is that if you work on deep tech, is that when do you get to the next, the next thing, and how do you as a company work around setting the right goals for you as a company to achieve and keep the momentum up, and then also deal with failures or risks that you haven't foreseen because you don't know, right? And so that's been something I would definitely say is a challenge for every deep tech company, right? We've been dealing this with trying to set milestones as close as possible or celebrating the things that we achieved. But as we started and continuing today and also for the foreseeable future, there's always going to be the challenges that I think we face as a deep tech company, because there's just many things you don't know, right? So how we try to do that is always see what's the vision, what's the goal, but what can we do in the next, like 2 or 3 months? And that's just something, that you should be aware of, I think, if you build a deep tech company. And the other part is regulatory. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that too. But it's figuring out here in Germany as well as elsewhere, how do you get actually something new on the streets without actually knowing the framework? I don't know how much money and time we spent first paying external lawyers, then internal lawyers, trying how this works here, at least in Europe, or in Germany, and then doing this with 7 other launch markets, and then now really focusing on Germany because it turned out that actually this is, from a regulatory perspective, not prohibited, but just figuring out the jungle on like with whom to talk. And then as we go through that in the end, yet still being a difference. So regulatory challenges are definitely something on our mind, which how we try to overcome this. And I would recommend this to every entrepreneur in the room or startup is that you always have to have multiple paths, right? So meaning that we don't just bet on one, but we analyze multiple launch markets, launch states and cities, and then pushing them forward in parallel. And this just adds to all the complexity that you already have as a deep tech company, which is quite a bit. So these would be, the main two parts. What about you?
Yeah, I think everything what you said, I can agree. You're building much more sophisticated tech than we do. We do a lot more operations, so a couple of millions of rides per every week. But I think what we both share is this transformational approach where we have to convince the regulators. So we are in 500 cities, and yes, you have a playbook. And yes, I have never imagined that I'm going to have a public policy team. So we started the company, and we didn't have anyone in public policy. Now we have a chief public policy officer, and we have 50 people in public policy, and we have 15 agencies and lobbyists and lawyers and whatever. And I'm spending a lot of time with mayors and representatives of cities. And I think what you probably agree is that it's really hard. It's really hard to convince cities for a new technology to be brave, to follow the overall instinct that we should have to really overcome the transformation beyond cars in this sector, to go to new modes of transport, to have less accidents, to have better air, to have less emissions. And that curiosity that we have and that innovation is sometimes for them mind-blowing. They, on the positive negative side, sometimes say, oh, this is great, this is awesome, I couldn't believe that this really works, etc. But then they have fear. So it's really a challenge to build a company around regulators where you have to be very, very convincing, and you need to have a lot of patience. So I guess when you started the company, you thought, oh yeah, we're going to build this technology, and then maybe in a year's time, we have the first city we're going to start, we do the second, and then you have this dream of like all these vehicles across Europe. But it's still a challenge to get vehicles on the road right now that are operated by a teledriver. So if you look at this technology, it's awesome. So we need people who have really the guts to say, okay, I'm a city, let's say Hamburg, and there is risk. There's always risk in innovation, but I take the risk and I give this company the chance to operate in a certain area. And we are set up on the environment of governments and cities and councils that they are not sharing that innovation. They don't share that speed. They don't share that curiosity. So you need to find a language to speak to them that they understand what you're saying. And this takes a lot of patience because they move at a different speed. So the complexity, and that's what I want to say in a nutshell, the complexity to operate in a regulated environment is a true challenge. And this is something that I think more and more companies are going to come across. So when you build a new company and you want to transform energy, you're going to transform heating, you're going to transform mobility, you're going to transform education. Every sector that needs to be transformed to a more sustainable world needs a lot of regulatory work and conviction. And that's, I think, we both underestimated. So the one thing that my investors and I agree is we thought that the regulators are smarter. They are more supportive. They give us more chance. So I hope that the pressure will increase. So what we do now is we actually also suing cities. So if the city lets us operate and then they change the rules that are completely insane, we sue the cities. We had 3 cases, we won 2 of them, 1 is pending. So I never thought about that I'm building a company, I'm suing a government. But if you want to transform an industry, you have to do it. You have to stand up and be bold and stick to the values and the goals of the company. And it's not about making money here. It's about transforming an industry. And we are both so mission-driven. I know Thomas for quite some time. We worked both on the first co-working in a very small one. Then we moved together to the next one. I moved to the third one. He might join me in a new co-working space. But it's so much mission-driven in our DNA, in the team and the people who join us. And we need to get that message. We're gonna need to infect the regulators with how much they can actually change for all of us, for the society, for our kids, etc.
Yeah, maybe I can just jump in a little bit, because I think it's not so good to hear say that you have to sue cities, right? When I first heard this, it's a bit sad, right? Like, because what we are doing, right, and what we want to do is really improve how we move in cities, right? And right now we have big problems. We have massive problems, right? Cars are standing around, like we talked about the problems, right? And here you see a tier coming with solutions, right? And you want to go to an on-demand mobility. And by the way, why we think we're very complementary is in our offerings, right? Is that we believe, and I personally believe that moving to an on-demand mobility and not having your own car, right? Sunk cost you invested into, tens of thousands of euros, and then you just take it when you go from A to B. What we want to provide to people is that you choose every time you go, right? Whether it's raining, it's different from maybe if you have to go somewhere very fast. Hopefully you can walk, or if it's shorter distances, you take a bike or any other micro-mobility solution. And this is all great, right? It makes a lot of sense. And at the same time, you somehow have to convince cities, which, by the way, there's also, it sounds like that you ran into some challenges with cities, right? I have to say that for us, for the ones that we work with, and also one of the reasons why we chose them, they're very, very open, right? And they want it, right? Somehow I feel we are losing, we have to do it together, right? And somehow get through the system on really making it work, because sometimes it's unclear who decides what and why, and then some new players come in and so forth. So I would encourage everyone, if you, like, it's in a good example, like we're facing many other challenges. And by the way, I also love the Tomorrow One Fund that Polly and the others announced, right, on investing in deep tech and new technology solutions. Don't underestimate, right? If you do that even though it makes sense, right, that you invest enough time to educate the entire chain, do maybe different things in parallel, but really doing it, right? Because that's what really in the end then shows how it really works in maybe an environment that's not super well regulated. The other thing that I wanted to also encourage everyone, right, if you look into different spaces, we talk about mobility. I think something that is super exciting to go into is exactly this space, regulatory, right? There's a lot of innovation, I think, to be done maybe with cities, with governments. It's probably maybe not the most straightforward, and you can just do something, right? But the impact is
bigger than anything else.
Exactly, right? Like, so I think that's also an interesting part to think about, where can innovation happen for us in the future.
There's so many great NGOs who work on different sectors. So founding something should not always be a company. It could also be an NGO that helps to pave the way to, let's say, a more sustainable nutrition or farming. I mean, there's so many industries we have to convert. So I think the next generation will be much more conscious about the world, because they're gonna live longer in this planet than the old generation. So I think we both hope that we need to have more people tackling all the deep challenges we have to transform the world to a more sustainable planet.
Awesome. Well, thanks everyone for taking time and listening to our discussions.
Thank you.
Hear me? Yes, now you should be able to hear me. Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming. My name is Lisa, I'm Director of Platform at Visionaries. As you know, Visionaries is not only about the founders we back, but very much also about the founders and luminaries that back and trust us. So I'm more than happy to introduce you to two of them today, although both might not need an introduction. Both are wearing multiple hats at the same time. Mario is a professional athlete turned business angel who invested into more than 25 startups in the B2B SaaS, climate tech, and crypto space. And Harry, who will be moderating the session today, is not only the founder of the 20 VC, but also the host of the podcast, the 20 Minute VC, with over 1.4 million listeners per show. So we thought there's no better match than to bring those two together to talk about the athlete investor. And with that, I hand over to Harry and Mario.
Thank you so much for that, Lisa. It is so great to be part of Visionaries Unplugged again. But Mario, I'm very excited for this. So first, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Harry.
Not at all. I do want to start, though, with a little bit in two kind of different chapters of your life. We have, the sports, and then we have the investing. And so if we start on football, when did you know that you wanted to be a footballer? When was that first love that you realized this was what you had to do with your life?
I mean, when I was young, I tried every sports. I mean, tennis, basketball, soccer, everything. But in the end, I think I had the most fun playing soccer. And it was very early. I had an older brother who was playing soccer. So in the end, it just happened to me. But I was very, very young. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got that as the football. And then I want to talk about investing. How did you get into the world of investing? Because we dominate the world of football. We, are the superstars Mario Götze. And now we're like, I'm going to be an angel investor too. How does that happen?
That was more or less by coincidence. I mean, when I started playing professional soccer, I was 17, 18. I had my complete focus on soccer. But as I grew older, I think 5 years ago, when I turned 25, 26, I wanted to take more control of the other things besides of football, off the pitch. And that's when it happened. I was curious about it. I wanted to learn. I wanted to understand it a bit better. I want to understand different asset classes. And that's how I got also into angel investing and venture capital.
Before we dive in, I think, when we look at both, we want to be the best performing investors, athletes we can be. When you think about high performance, what does that word mean to you when you hear the two words high performance?
I mean, in general, normally I connect it for me to soccer, to being an athlete. And I think it's more like 100%, giving everything. It's a lifestyle. For me, like also playing soccer, it's a lifestyle. It's not only like training for an hour and that's it. It's more like understanding also the other parts. How does it work with recovery, with sleep, with nutrition, all these kind of things. And then this is the foundation for high performance. That's how I view it. And that's how I want to live by it and try to be as successful as possible on the pitch, but also as an investor, which is not so easy, the second part.
It's really not easy as an investor. You'll also find some very unskilled people who do very well in investing. But I don't want to go to that really, which is when we look at skill versus hard work and discipline. And what I mean by that is like, how much do you think about the balance between born skill, innate brilliance, versus just putting in the hours and doing the hard work? How do you balance between the two?
Yeah, I think it's for everyone it's different, but in the end you need to have the talent, a certain skill, a certain talent you need to have to really have the spark or have an advantage in comparison to other people. But then you also have to work for it. And I think to get to the top is one thing, but to stay there is then another. And so you have to really balance it like in different phases. If you want to come there and if you want to stay there, so you need to have different you have to view it differently and balance it different in the phases you have in your life and your career.
I'm so enjoying this because I just get to ask you all the questions I've always wanted to, which is like, we see, the big billboards, we see the names first on the team sheets. When you are there and you are on the top, do you feel that innate pressure to stay on the top? Do you feel people coming from beneath you, and do you kind of just rejoice in being the best?
I mean, there are probably two ways. One thing is that I try to look to myself and like be the best version of myself. But at the same time, I know as an athlete that you have maybe 10, 15 years, you can compete on the highest level, and that there are younger people coming. As I was, when I was 17, 18, I had a similar situation then. So I think you have two ways, but in the end, it's more like competing with yourself, staying on top, being on top, putting in the work, the energy, but also working on your craft and your talent. And yeah, like I said, it's just 10, 15 years. And it's very, very short time of your life, and that's why I try to put in as much energy and time that I have now, and to enjoy it.
In sport and in investing in business, there are moments of intense pressure, whether it's the M&A of a company or a fundraising process, or it's a massive game. How have you learned to deal with pressure, and what works for you in those very big moments just to retain your cool and stay level-headed?
I think the most important, it was a process for sure when I was younger, when I was 17 until now, 13 years later, I view it a bit differently than when I was very young. But in the end, it's experience, it's a process, but I always try to come back to myself and why did I start? How did I start it back then? The fun I have, the fun I had, and this is more the focus I try to build and to stay with myself and to know what I'm capable of, that I've done it also a couple of times, that I played big games. I trained hard when I was very young. So all these kind of things I try to memorize and try to visualize for myself and stay within that visualization.
Can I ask, if you go to those difficult phases, say you lose a big game, say you're not picked for the team, entrepreneurs go through the ups and downs of company building. What did you tell yourself as a mental pep talk to get your head back in the game?
I think it's not easy, and it's always depends also on the situation where you're in. But I try to also visualize it a bit better to like, okay, what I have done in the past, how I got there, what are the most important traits for myself, and try to enjoy even these moments because they are rare. They are like, and in the end, I know that it's only 10, 15 years in which I can play soccer. After that, it's done, and that feeling of like, okay, I have only this certain amount of time, and then to stay there, to visualize that, and to understand that it's just a game. I mean, in the end, in 5, 10 years, when I stop playing, I mean, I hope I have done the best for myself, but there are so many other athletes coming, so are many other soccer players coming, and I try to want to be the best version of myself, stay in my zone, in my focus, and that's how I try to do it. Also with the thought that one day I cannot play anymore. Yeah.
I mean, you are still a spring chicken, Mario, so don't worry. Yeah. I'm also astonished at your age and how much younger you look than me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you look after your body versus not look after your body. But what I do want to talk about is you mentioned there the time playing career, 10, 15 years. With the investing that you introduced into your life over time, was that just out of curiosity and wanting to be closer to tech? Would you like to do investing and venture after a career in football? What was the objective?
When I started, it was more like I see a lot of similarities with founders, with teams, how they want to build their vision, their ideas. And I could compare it a bit to me as an athlete in a team, also trying to have the best performance in the season. And that's where I saw a lot of similarities for me as an athlete, but also because I've seen a lot of other athletes in the US, how they started, how they are doing it. And I wanted to learn it and see them also as a role model in that field. And that's how I got into it. Yeah.
I'm intrigued. What do you think are the differences between the US athletes who are really engaging in the ecosystem and then the European? You also sit within teams. What do you see as the differences?
I mean, when I see the ecosystem in general, I think they have two big advantages. I mean, you have the market for sure in the US, and they have a lot of experiences. When I look back, I think they started 20 years ago, and in Europe still, if I speak to other athletes or other celebrities, I think they started 3, 4, 5 years ago. So these are probably the biggest differences from Europe to the US.
Can I ask you, and I'm sorry, I'm going off schedule and I'm also asking like unfair questions. There's footballers in London and England who listen to my other show and have like contacted me because they want to get into investing. And I say, great, and I'm super happy to help. And then the managers get in the way. And I have agents and I'm like, oh, this could have been so good. Like, do you see that same problem where you really want to engage, but then there's agents, there's business people in the background who just get in the way? And how do you think about that as a problem?
Yeah, I think that's a problem, because when I want to speak to other athletes or when I want to like engage with them about investing, I think you need to be hands-on in it, and you have to understand it. You have to really like also speak to the founders. You have to understand their business. You have to be a bit more hands-on and understand the ecosystem, build a network, but you cannot do it via agents or agencies, because in the end you have to make the decision. And a lot of things, especially if you like investing pre-seed, seed, you have to speak to the teams and the founders. Otherwise, you cannot make a proper decision. I think that's a big problem. Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you. So for footballers today and for other athletes today, what would you advise them? You've been through now, we've chatted before, you've invested in a number of funds, you've also made a number of direct investments in companies. What do you know now that you wish you'd known when you started and you would advise them?
I would say you need to have, like, let's say 10-20% of your time to invest off the pitch for 100%. Like, also like get an understanding of business, getting an understanding of your responsibility as an athlete off the pitch. And I think this is very important to understand. And I wish I had done it 10 years ago, like have a proper strategy for like media, for venture, for investments, and then build the foundation on that over my career. So start very early, make experiences, build a good network of trusted people. I think these are probably the most important things. Yeah.
When you started investing and when you invest today, do you have a set investment amount? Do you have a stage that you want to do? Do you have a vertical? When you think about your strategy today, what does that look like?
It's in particular, it's like I've built two pillars. The one is like very athlete related, all that kind of stuff like wellness, performance, these kind of things, which is very natural for me as an athlete. The second part is very like media related, or more like diverse topics, because I want to invest in the teams and the founder than in the themes and topics. So these are my two pillars. Most of them are like pre-seed, seed investments, and try to be as early as possible, do small tickets, and then see how it develops on the way, because there are so many obstacles, so many things that can happen, and then I want to like be a part of the whole journey, and then try to help on that way.
How do you think about, because there's also like limits to how much money one can put to work, and in the world of finance, like cash goes fast and you need more and more of it. Over time, do you want to scale into funds? Do you want to collectivize and do, as I said, when you look at teams and footballers and athletes, there is the opportunity to bring collectives together in really cool ways. How do you think about being able to scale your capital with the scaling of companies?
Yeah, I think it's a big opportunity. I mean, I have different asset classes, and I wanted to like also leverage my brand a bit, and help me as an athlete to understand this world of investing. And I think if you see Europe, for example, in comparison to the US, you have a big market. I think if you try to bring together a few athletes, celebrities, musicians, and then really scale these things on a European level, I think this could be huge. And I think I haven't seen it so far in Europe. I think it starts very soon, that they try to bring together these kind of people and help the ecosystem also.
Can I ask, what was the most challenging thing for you when you started investing, when you got into the investing world? Which elements were like, oh, that's really confusing, or I'm not sure how that works, and it took time to really get familiar with?
I think the first 1-2 years, I mean, it's out of nothing. You come from the soccer field, you have to understand this world. I mean, I cannot like say that I have the knowledge, the time, the experience in venture capital. So I have to build a network. I have to understand. I have to speak to a lot of founders. I have to speak to a lot of funds, to a lot of business angels to to understand it a bit better and to read, to watch YouTube videos, podcasts, whatever. Because I cannot say like I go to training, go home and do an investment and then it's done. So I have to also rely on a good network of trusted people.
Totally rely on the good network. The only thing I'll also say, I would never.
And you need to have luck for sure.
And then you need to have luck, but also like it sounds naive. The only thing that matters is the people continuously. And like you could sit down with a 12-year-old playing football and talk to them about their training, and it's the same speaking to a founder. The dedication, the commitment, the resilience is what makes the 12-year-old successful, like what makes the founder successful.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And these similarities, if you have it, you have it there in investments, you have it in soccer, and I think these traits they're very, very important.
What would you like to do more of? When you think about your investing now, are there areas where you're like, you know what, I'd really like to spend more time in crypto, in you name it. Where are you like, I want to be more present here?
I think in general, like more present in investing, because if I have my training schedule, my games, then also being a father at home and also balancing these different kind of roles at the same time, I think this is very challenging. And that's why I would like to spend more time with my child, more time on the training pitch, but also more time in investing. And and also I need to sleep a bit. But
what does a day look like for you? Because you've got world-class athlete, now investing, now a father as well. Hey, can you just take me inside? How do you fit it all in?
Yeah, it's very difficult because I get my schedule for a week normally from the club. I have of course my duties as a father in the morning or in the afternoon when I come home, and then I try to also take a look. I have a family office which is taking care of a lot of things for me. I have also an agency regarding my media and marketing and different other aspects of my soccer career, and that's how I try to balance everything and have full control of the topics and pillars I have. But at the same time, I need to understand it and really like push for it to build something also for my time after the career. So balancing all these kind of roles. Yeah.
You can ask, I think children are the most wonderful thing, but also life-changing thing. How has becoming a father changed how you think, play, operate as an investor? How has it changed your mindset?
I think on every level, because before I think my life was different before, and then all of a sudden you have a child, you have different responsibility, also for the future generation. Also for me, understanding what it means to play soccer, and then I see my son in the stadium. But also when I do an investment, to know that maybe it helps my son in a couple of years. So I think it changed everything on every level. Also the investments I do and the assets class I have, and also building wealth from it for my children at a later stage.
Listen, Mario, I want to move into my favorite, which is a quick fire round. I say a short statement, you give me your immediate thoughts. What are you most proud of when you look back on your career? Is that when you think about the many trophies you've won, many games? If you were to say that moment, I'm really, really proud of.
I had one moment before the World Cup where I didn't play too much, but I still kept going, and this process, this understanding of like, it's just me, like working on myself, competing on the highest level. I think it's not the trophy that I won in the end. It's more like the process that I worked through difficult times.
If we have an interview in 5 years' time, okay, final one. If we have an interview in 5 years' time, where is Mario then? What do you want to be doing then? What does that look like?
5 years, let me think, 35. I hope I will be, I want to play in the MLS in 5 years. I want to.
Why do you? I'm intrigued. Why do you want to play in the MLS?
Just as an experience, I think, just to understand, like, because I have the feeling that they view sports a bit different. They have a better understanding of entertainment, of business, and that's what I want to learn. I'm just curious about their agendas, their surroundings and situations there. So this, for me, it's very interesting.
So you want to play in the MLS in 5 years' time, and then where's the investing?
I've built my portfolio. So right now it's like 32 angel investments, 12 managed funds. So in the end, I want to have more on that and maybe go full time. Maybe not full time, but spend more energy and time in venture capital.
Listen, Mario, as I said at the beginning, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I'm thrilled that we got the chance to stay. Huge thanks to Lisa and the Visionaries team, and thank you so much for joining me, Stay.
Thank you.
And to wrap up our Unplugged Portfolio Day, I would like to welcome Danny Reimer and Robert on stage. Danny is a partner of Index Ventures and will share a few personal learnings about being an entrepreneur in VC and maybe also a few secrets about he invested in Figma and how Figma just got acquired by Adobe, being one of the biggest acquisitions in private tech industry. So over to you.
Thanks so much, Lisa. And maybe we can get a second microphone for Danny. Maybe we can get a second microphone. That makes it a little easier for us. Oh, you got one. Perfect.
All good.
Amazing. So from soccer world champion to a VC world champion, I'm incredibly excited for our last session today. So Danny's not only an incredible investor, but he's also a great entrepreneur in VC because he has basically led Index Ventures' international expansion and built it into one of the leading global VC funds. So, and he's also maybe one of the most humble persons I've ever met. So normally not going to conferences because I think you'll have to spend every second with founders. So thank you so much for taking the time today, making it to Berlin, and big welcome.
Thank you very much. No, very happy to be here, and congrats on what you've created. It's really cool to see all these people, and to have it hosted in a church is a first for me. That's cool.
Let's maybe kick it off straight with the highlights. So we talked a lot about macroeconomic downturn, but a week ago we heard Figma got acquired for 20 billion, and who was the seed investor? This guy. So what did you, how did you find Dylan back then, and what made you believe that he was an amazing founder when there was basically nothing?
Yes, I get all the credit for Figma. The team nor none of my colleagues get any credit. It's all me. Thank you very much. The story with Dylan is not that unusual if you see the type. Dylan was a summer intern at Flipboard, which was a company that I was on the board of. And at the time, Flipboard was very difficult to get an internship in. It was really innovating and really created the first app for iPads before Apple had created iPads around. You'd see like Johnny Ive and Steve Jobs even coming to the company, regularly checking in. And Dylan got an internship there, working for the design team, and did this awesome presentation on the visualization of data during his summer internship program. So I was like, okay.
As an intern, actually.
As an intern.
Then, so you got the chance to present. Okay.
He presented. He did a really good job, and so I clocked him there. And then a year later, I was having dinner with, I don't want to name drop, but if I don't credit Jeff Weiner for this,
go for it.
From LinkedIn, it's not fair. So I was having dinner with Jeff Weiner and talked to him about personal productivity tools and how excited I was for the next generation of companies that were going to be able to disrupt that. And he said, I sort of think I know what you're talking about. What I know is that there's this kid who I can't convince to stay at LinkedIn and work for me because he keeps on talking about personal productivity and design. So that was a good sign. So I met Dylan with his co-founder, Evan, who at the time, Evan was all of 22 and was already in his third year of PhD program in computer science. So he was Dylan's associate professor at Brown in computer science. And they both came in, and so you have a 19-year-old who basically looked slightly older than my 6-year-old, and you have this 23-year-old. And they come and they had such clarity in terms of what they wanted to do, that they wanted to build design tools, that they wanted it to be multiplayer, that it was going to leverage the web in order to do it. And I said, guys, you know this is going to take a while. You're not going to be able to do this overnight. This is not a sort of like we put it out there, we get feedback, then we keep on building. This is going to be multiple year commit from you guys to build this. And they said, yeah, we know. And, you know, basically no one wants to fund us because it's going to take 3 years. And we thought that that's what it would take. So it's probably a longer story than you wanted, but at least you have it.
Well, that's an amazing story. And I don't know if it's generalizable, but are there certain traits you look into when you watch founders, or is there a pattern that basically fascinates you? And I'm happy to take a few notes, being a VC, trying to learn even to read founders better.
Well, you seem to be doing a good job from what I can gather. Yeah, there are a few things. I mean, the first is that, is this person placed on this planet to go after this opportunity? Irrespective of us giving them money or anyone else, are they going to keep on hacking at this because this is the only thing that matters to them? That's a huge one. And that actually takes out the lion's share of people, because so many folks are interested in doing something at a particular time because they see an open opportunity rather than really having this foresight and this desire to transform things. And for Dylan, it was democratizing design. So that was an ambitious concept. The other one is, I have found that folks who are not very well-rounded tend to be really good entrepreneurs, rather than folks who are real generalists. There are exceptions to every rule, but you know, at Index we have different partners have different phenotypes that they look for, and definitely mine is someone who really skews heavily in a certain area, and then is just like ignorant to the question of being questionable how the hell they've gotten so far because they have no idea about these other areas in their life. So there's that aspect, but then at the same time, there's the need for tons of curiosity, you know, just like being a sponge, asking a million questions, leaning into tough questions, not feeling like they know what is coming around the corner.
Actually reminds me of one founder that we worked together, Charmaine,
Yeah.
that we seeded, where you led the A round and joined the board, and amazing to be working on this one together. I think you once said, quote, "The role of a VC is a glorified recruiter." Can you elaborate a little bit what you exactly mean with that?
Yes. I mean, Charmaine's a great example of that, right? Irrespective of whether you would have backed her or ourselves, she would be doing what she's doing. I'm sure you agree on that. Yeah, I feel that, you know, we have this job that we do is such a privilege because you get to work with some of the smartest people in the world to try and make their dream come true. And we get paid for it. And folks remember us for our great investments, not our crappy ones, at least for the moment. Please don't ask me too much about that. But, you know.
Talk about that later, maybe
okay,
at the end over.
I stepped into that. But, you know, you have a great founder. Hopefully you have co-founders. And then you have to populate them with the best team. And usually the founders don't know what great looks like. And oftentimes they know what great looks like in their specific area. So, you know, in the case of Dylan, he knew what a great engineer looked like, but he didn't know what a great marketer looked like, or a growth hacker, or, you know, great community person looked like. He had a pretty good idea about that. So our job is to first show them what best looks like, then convince them that what they think is great is not, and then help them recruit the best person for those roles. And that's a lot of work, and there's no other way than being a recruiter. So that's what I'm sure you spend an enormous amount of time on that too.
A ton of time, and we're also, you know, always working on what's the best way to recruit, because I think just hiring a recruiter into a venture capital fund will give you the average people out in the market. We figured out any alpha or great people that we added to companies were people, sometimes friends of ours, people that we knew personally, that we really got a lot of hard work and conviction to get them into companies that really made a dent or a difference in the end. I see many of you standing there, so please really take a seat. So I guess it's a little more convenient for you guys. But yeah, let's transition a little bit from being an investor to being an entrepreneur in VC, because you truly have been basically doing both. And you were, I think, born in Canada, you grew up in Geneva, you studied in the US, and then basically you led Index European expansion, opening the London office. What brought you into VC, or what basically got you to do this business?
My story was I had two sort of loves in college. I had art and the internet, and I'm significantly older.
I was just asking, was the internet already there when you were at college?
Believe it or not, it was there.
Joking.
So, no, I read the first issue of Wired, and it sort of blew my mind and said, okay, I'm going out west after I graduate. In retrospect, I should have gone out west right away, not waited for graduation. But I've learned. I missed many opportunities I could have invested in. So essentially tried to marry both with the startup that I joined that was a project between Harvard and a startup on the West Coast, and quickly realized that I did not like the art world, but I really liked entrepreneurs. Mm-hmm. And I also realized that I was terrible at focusing on one thing. Mm-hmm. That was not my strength, and I think my colleagues will attest to that. So I needed to find a job where I could be close to entrepreneurs, but sort of juggle multiple things at the same time. And then it was just a journey of how to get closer to the entrepreneur. And I couldn't at first, so I was an equity analyst. And then I joined the best operators I knew and realized that they were great operators, which meant that they were likely not great investors. And then essentially had the opportunity to move back to Europe, which is where I considered home. And two of my brothers were founders of Index, and I was not going to compete with them. So I decided to join them, and they were in Geneva, and we had a discussion. I said, I don't know how we're going to build a venture firm out of Geneva. I still think there's some great Zurich entrepreneur here, but I still think it's really hard to do out of Switzerland today. And so London was an obvious sort of first pit stop for US companies. And we thought that Europe did not lack incredible entrepreneurs. They lacked great operators around them. And so that's what launched us in London.
So it's a true family business. We talk a lot about family entrepreneurs because half of our LP base are all those European industrial families. Some of them have been around for 100 years, some of them 500 years. So there's even family business and venture capital with you guys, right? Would you hand it over to the next generation of your kids?
No. So I would say I want to clarify. So there were 4 founders, of whom 2 are brothers. But we always said it's a business family rather than a family business, because actually the non-family members always had much more. They were the ones who had the veto power, not the brothers.
Very
so
well.
we figured that out.
I was just joking. So, I mean, expanding from Geneva to London is impressive, but I would say, okay, fair enough. People might have done that in Europe, but expanding to Silicon Valley, building one of the global category leaders in VC from Europe, the only one actually that has achieved this from Europe. Like, what were the biggest challenges to open an office in San Francisco, and why did you succeed? You're the only true venture capital fund I know from Europe that had ever the chance to be among really the global greatest VC funds investing in Ocean and all those US companies as well.
I feel like you're jinxing us here. I'm
a little bit.
I mean, we're students of history, right? So we're constantly trying to figure out what our predecessors did not get right, and how do we learn from that? So, and this is a cool part, I think, of venture, is that generations of investors share with other firms and lessons learned. And so the founders of Benchmark were incredibly generous with us, and Balderton's actually figured it out, but Benchmark Europe was a disaster. I think they would tell you that. And so we learned a bunch of things. We learned that we tell our entrepreneurs, if you want to open in the US, you have to move there. We've had those discussions. So similarly, how are we going to open an office without moving there ourselves? And it wasn't something we wanted to do. I certainly have found living in the Bay Area more of a tour of duty than what I want to do, but it was absolutely the right thing to do for the company, for the firm to have a chance. And I think the other aspect which everyone in this room has as an advantage is that US folks have a tendency to have a very US-centric approach to things, even when they actually open office here, is the dirty secret. However, if you're not from the US, you have an outsider perspective, no matter what. And so bringing that ability to relate to the US culture, but look for different things in entrepreneurs, seeing how truly curious and excited they were to build global businesses rather than local winners. How excited were they to truly have a diverse group of people working for their company? And the best test was, would they take us on their cap table rather than someone from Sand Hill Road? And so I think that, we came accepting that we were viewed as tourists and that we were going to, have a different pitch. And thankfully, I think a lot of entrepreneurs saw that we did have something different to offer. And when they talked to other entrepreneurs we worked with, we got great references. So
that's a great story. And I think it's interesting, where Europe has become a little more important in the last years. If you look at the importance of B2B companies also in the venture capital industry, not just consumer internet and all the kind of industrial family entrepreneurs we have here that suddenly become important, and how it has changed the game. I think also not just focusing on the US for founders. You've grown up in so many cultures, and I think you always say Index is global but also very local. How have all those cultures shaped you as a person, and where do you actually feel home? So I think right now you're back in London, right? And
I feel as though Europeans have done a really good job at having a great sense of identity, but feeling comfortable and curious about other cultures. So I've always felt comfortable being viewed as an American in Europe and a European in the US, and sort of playing that, to make sure that we as a firm didn't fall into herd-like mentality. We should invest in this because all of our peers are investing in this, but rather, can we take a step back and actually have a contrarian view, because we actually don't have to buy hook, line, and sinker into the culture. So I don't know if that's an answer for you.
It is. I'm wondering, with all those experiences that you had, which lesson you really had to learn the hard way, or was there this one moment or this one fuck up where you said, okay, that was bloody hard, but it really shaped me a little bit who I am today?
Oh, so many. I mean, one of the big lessons was around Skype and trying to buy Skype again from eBay, and it was really brutal. And because it got ugly and litigious. And that was a big lesson to learn, that when private equity comes in.
So you were both involved in the kind of trade sale and then in the reacquisition with Niklas and the whole consortium. Interesting. Didn't know that.
So yeah, actually, in a lot of ways, Skype was born out of a very similar time as this. And the exit was around this time as well, in terms of early 2000s. And that was great. And then obviously there was a lot of value in Skype, and we tried to buy it back. And we skirted with private equity, and private equity is a different game from us. So we learned a lesson that when the private equity folks are investing in a business, that's likely the time that we, as early stage, because that's what we love to do, we should sell. Let's not try and agree to how to run a business. That was a big one.
That's a great lesson. So I guess with index growth, you're focusing still more on those more entrepreneurial bets that are still in this kind of inflection point phase, rather than the ones, like
exactly.
Management.
So yeah, 75% of our investments are seed and Series A, but growth is an engine to double down on the companies that we want to. Either we acknowledge that we missed and we still think is a 10x multiple, so really has venture-like returns at a later stage because they just have nailed the market and their product and the team, and it's, God, we just have to beg to get in. Or it's for our own companies that we see are doing superbly well, and we want to just keep on investing again and again. And oftentimes we can do that, but oftentimes we can't. Like in the case of Figma with the Series D, that was a tough one because we want to lead that with a growth round. And Dylan's like, you sort of own enough, and I wouldn't mind getting another party in, so I'm going to take Sequoia's money, then letting you lead that round as well. So Did
you try to argue against it, or it's not easy to, like, if you're in the cap table and you already have Danny in the board, then?
I mean, he's pretty smart that way. He's like, what would you do if you were me? And that's where it all falls apart. I mean, obviously, to have another firm on the cap table that is going to be helpful and is really eager to be helpful even at a growth level, rather than just giving us the opportunity to double down, I sort of hear him.
Very fair answer. 2 days ago, I was out for dinner with Kati from your team, actually, which Carmen organized, and was asking her the question, who is actually doing the really hard work at Index, day and night? Because I thought, like, are those senior partners still like, what I mean? And she was saying, Danny is working crazy, crazy, crazy hard day and night. After 20 years in VC, what keeps you hungry to still do this? I mean, you have had so many amazing successes. You could also say, let's go to Oktoberfest, have a beer or two on the Figma exit, which I think you guys planned initially, so sorry for crashing that. But what keeps you hungry?
I mean, I think it's back to what I was saying earlier. This is such a privilege, right? To do what we do is sort of insane. Like, we get to work starting from scratch with these incredibly talented people and be along for the ride and help them and give them counsel. Sometimes they want, sometimes they don't, and get compensated for it. It's really fun. And I think that, at least the way that we view it, again, sort of studying the industry, is that there's only so long that you can really be relevant to entrepreneurs. So I'm not quite at the point of being irrelevant, folks, but I'm closer to being irrelevant than staying relevant. So my view is, when I started off, I was the younger brother, maybe even the son, actually. Then I was the younger brother. Then I was the older brother. Then I was the uncle. Now I'm the father. When I'm grandfather, it's time to really pack it in. So that's not going to happen. And I think that approach that we've taken means that, for the younger folks at the firm, they know that hopefully they can learn from us, but they also know that we're not going to stick around for a long time. And so one of the aspects that I'm most proud of with our firm is so many of the partners have taken off to respect that grandfather motif.
That's a great mentality, because I think taking ego out of the equation doesn't often happen within VCs, and transitioning a VC over generations and keeping it at such strong quality is also something I think not that easy. Maybe one last question, since you've been in venture capital now for 20 years, or I think even more. I think you started when you were 32, right? Let's imagine there is a 32-year-old Danny Reimer sitting here now. Which one advice would you give this 32-year-old Danny Reimer that you've learned to build a career in VC?
I mean, don't take it for granted. surround yourself with incredible folks, and know that you're going to fuck up many, many times.
Okay, good to know. Danny, thank you.
The one thing I wanted to say, first of all, thank you for inviting me. You've been kind, but obviously coming here during this period, I did reflect on the fact of, okay, this is an interesting time, and I'm an older guy in the room, and I've gone through crises before, so like, let me just impart my view. Yeah. So my view is that this is an incredible time for the right VCs, but more importantly for the right entrepreneurs to start businesses. And back to what I was saying, if you're starting a business now, you really mean it, which is such a good sign, which had not been the case in the sort of go-go years that have recently occurred. So I would say that's super exciting. The other aspect that we've noticed are, we have not been, I would say that Germany has been a more challenging, just geography for us. I think it's part of, back to what I was saying in terms of the entrepreneurs that we look for. But what is so clear right now, what we're seeing, and the investments that we've made, and we've made a bunch, and we're looking at more, is that the entrepreneurs are either coming out of school and it's their first job, but they have this real desire to start this company, or they're operators and they've been part of these explosive growth stories, and now it's their chance. And so it really, I was flattered that you invited me and I wanted to come, but I'm also super excited about what Germany can do. It's, other than the UK in Europe, and I'm being generous to the UK because it still kills me, those are the only geos where folks will leave their country to relocate and join businesses. And that's such an advantage versus Paris or Amsterdam or other important cities in Europe.
Thank you so much, Danny. I couldn't think of a better closing, and hope we can do many more amazing deals together in Germany. And I think great news for all the founders here that, independent pretty much of macroeconomic times, it's such a good time to be an optimist and start something. And we've discussed it several times today that coincidentally, maybe the best companies ever were actually started in those crises, whether 2008, I think, which was a great year of companies that got started, Figma not much later. So thank you so much for joining us. Great news that you're also still around for founders, and hopefully it will take some time until you get a granny, just for our ecosystem. Thanks so much, Danny, for joining us, and let's have a great evening together.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, so that's actually it for Unplugged, but actually we're just starting because now the fun starts. So we're inviting everyone to join us for our little after party in our Visionaries Loft. Here's the problem. We're a very small fund, a very small team, so we need to see how much space we have available. So basically we're just handle it fair on a first come, first served basis. But
I think that means that everyone is going to get up in a second to run over to the office. So let's say everybody, it's first come, first serve for those who stay here the longest and then run. So we'll make it a little bit of a sports competition. Does this key belong to anyone? We found it. 404, looks like a hotel room key. I know it's so maybe if any one of you doesn't have a hotel room yet, we hear it's Berlin Marathon. I have a free room, so no, but I'll leave the key here, and I will be watching who's gonna take it, and I'll take a picture of whoever is gonna take it. Yeah, I mean, what an incredible day! Thanks for making it such an incredible day. It was really, for all of us at Visionaries, there was such a pleasure to be hosting you. But what I mean with that is, yeah, it was really incredible to feel the energy here, feel it outside, see all of you being in inspiring conversations and being able to listen to people from Ursula von der Leyen, Luciana from Sequoia, now Danny, Mario, portfolio companies, Andre from Miro. So really, it was such an intense, amazing, inspiring day that could have actually not happened without our amazing team. And they are actually the reason why this day happened the way it happened. So we would actually like to call up the team on stage with a big round of applause from you guys. And we would actually like to say a very, very, very special thank you to not just the entire team, but to two people who really made this happen and who really pulled this off. Laura, I'm going to start with you. Thank you so much. It's incredible.
And of course, Lisa, thank you so much. So here we go. I think that's it. So thanks so much, everyone. Hope you guys liked it. So it was a pragmatic spirit to bring people together again. We're not like event organizers. We're a small venture capital fund. But thanks for being generous also for any things that didn't work well tonight. And let's celebrate. So let's make it a great night.